This is the sound of Pure Intech number 2. Just over 1 hour of exclusive remixes of my tracks. So turn this up loud. Enjoy.
our users, right? So what our users want and need, we are going to be advocating for and building. I think what's interesting about how we approach products, though, is that, for example, tax reporting has not been a regulatory requirement for crypto trading. But early on, our users told us that, hey, it's confusing to have a spreadsheet that I have to figure out what my cost basis is and what my tax responsibilities are. So from the very get-go, we've provided 1099s for our users. I think that's the kind of approach that we'll take. Like, obviously, regulation we will follow, but I don't think that regulation should be the end-all, be-all of what gets built.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned taxes. It's a good segue. I want to make sure we bring it back to education. We've kind of been hitting this theme of onboarding new people to the space. And, at Decrypt, we do the same thing. We're always trying to educate people because this industry can be very confusing. And we want to be a welcoming space for people who are new to the industry. What are you finding is kind of the either most common misconception you hear or the most common question that people don't understand? I mean, especially being at Robinhood where you were stocks first, now you're in crypto. What do you hear from people about what's either scary to them about crypto or is keeping them from getting in?
I mean, even things as basic as like jargon and terminology, right? Like, what are private keys? What's a fork? How do I have to think about these things? And the kind of analogy I like to use is that, you wouldn't expect someone to have to attend or even present at the AWS conference to invest in Amazon, right? So you don't need to be this industry insider to get involved in crypto. You can start small. You can, we just launched a recurring product. You can do dollar cost averaging, $1 a week, just to see what it's like and grow from there.
What do you guys think as you move forward, with the next few years? Especially, I mentioned regulation. Now you guys are going to have this wallet feature. What do you think is next on the horizon? What is the Robinhood Crypto team watching that is either something that is still under the radar, people aren't talking about it enough? We talked about NFTs, which has certainly been on everyone's mind here at this conference.
Yeah, I think we can't tell too much about our roadmap, but something I'm really excited about is staking in general. When we are talking about the inflation rising and saving accounts that are not really producing any yield, I think staking could be something very interesting for a lot of people. And so personally, I'm really excited about. I don't know yet if it's coming on the roadmap, but we'll give you more news soon.
Yeah. Robinhood DeFi.
I mean, wallets is the first step, right? It's taking something that was one-dimensional. You buy, you hold, you sell. Hopefully, the price goes up in that time, to something that is multidimensional, right? You can actually use your coins to do things in the crypto ecosystem, right? And so I think that is where we would love to give more opportunities for our customers. Like, how do we actually make this a utility in their lives and not just an investment asset?
All right, a couple good hints that I heard for what might be coming next, which is pretty good. Johann and Christine, thank you so much. I wish we had more time. We could talk for a long time. Give it up for Robinhood Crypto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I hope we didn't disappoint. I promised some big news. Thank you to the Robinhood Crypto team. Keeping things really exciting this morning. So next up, we have a great discussion from Juan Benet from Protocol Labs, talking about new frontiers and Web3. So I'll let Juan take it over.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Awesome. Hey, super excited to get a chance to speak to you. Wish I was able to be there. I'm currently traveling. So I want to speak to you about building in Web3 in 2021. There's 4 frontiers that I'm super excited about, and I just want to kind of unpack what those are and kind of paint a picture of what we might see happening over the next few months and kind of as 2021 turns into 22, what we can sort of do with a bunch of the primitives that have been built over the last year. So I kind of want to start with why Web3 matters, because it's always really useful and grounding to remember why we're doing what we're doing, why the technology is important, how the technology can get into more and more users' hands, and what the broader impact of that can be. So I really see Web3 as the next generation of internet infrastructure. So in the last century, one of the most important stories in humanity has been the rise of computing, and that came with at first large-scale mainframes, and then we interconnected those through the internet. The web had a few different waves. And now the latest really important wave of computing is Web3. In the last, you can sort of look back at the last 80 years of computing and see that as one of the most important and transformational things that happened to us. You can sort of, just by looking at these pictures, you can see the massive transformation and the kinds of superpowers that we've acquired thanks to computing. Today, we are a massive network of billions of humans and trillions of computers, and many more programs interacting, interfacing, living and working together, integrated into a whole. So it is not just our networks and computers that are linked, humans, organizations, programs, and so on. We're working together in a highly integrated way. Every year, more and more of what we do becomes connected by the internet. And this, the platform that we're using, like the platform that I'm very lucky to be able to use to talk to you today, is this really amazing, malleable infrastructure that enables people to build superpowers and deliver them and deploy them to everybody in the world. This is one of the most important and transcendental things that humanity has built, just the ability for somebody to envision some new superpower that they want to produce, create that superpower, and deploy it broadly, globally, to everybody around the world. Like, this is one of the most important pieces of infrastructure that we've ever built, and one of the underlying reasons for why humanity has been able to do so many amazing things in the last few decades. And I really see this as early days. There's so many more changes that are going to come through computing. So new interfaces, things like augmented reality and virtual reality. Brain-machine interfaces are somewhere in the corner. Autonomous driving, AI systems, robotics, and then long-term, like the promise of potentially artificial general intelligence is coming. So the next century is going to be filled with even greater changes brought about by computing. So I like to sort of visualize this in a graph, because it's so easy to lose sight of just how fast and impactful these changes are. Just kind of like looking back 80 years and looking forward 80 years, just imagine all of the changes that have happened, how much our lives as humans have changed thanks to computing and computing infrastructure, and then turn around and like look towards the future and take into account that technology and innovation tends to compound and accelerate, and just think about the wave of changes that are going to happen in that equal time frame. So our lifetimes are going to be filled with really miraculous pieces of technology arriving. And that, of course, is a double-edged sword, right? Because technology, it can be used for good. It's really important that the people building tech make sure to kind of aim towards good futures. So as these new pieces of technology are built and get deployed, they'll present all kinds of challenges. And it's really important that we aim for like really, really good futures, because as things like robotics and these new kind of interfaces get deployed, they're going to present enormous challenges to humanity. And I think one of the key instruments at our disposal is Web3. So through Web3, we can make sure to create robust and secure software infrastructure for this amazing platform that we've built for computing, to make sure that the applications and platforms that we're building make sure to protect people, put data in people's hands, and make sure to protect broadly human rights across the world. So when you kind of think broadly about Web3, just remember that it deeply matters how we bake in critical components and critical rights into the software infrastructure that we use, so that the future is a good one. And so at the end of the day, the sort of components that build Web3 are verifiability. One of the key things that Web3 brings is the ability to build software systems that are verifiable. Great. So with that, I want to kind of talk about 4 things in the horizon that I'm really excited about: safeguarding humanity's information, large-scale computation over data, building the metaverse, and funding science and public goods. So let's dive in. I started the IPFS protocol to make the web work peer-to-peer. So this is just changing the way that we address information on the internet. And I started the Falcon project to build the world's largest storage network and build a crypto-powered storage network. Really excited and proud to say that the last since Filecoin launched in, last year, there's been this tremendous growth in the amount of applications and things that people are doing to build with it, and it's just been an amazing year. There's a ton going on, and it's super hard to summarize it. But now the network is about 10 exabytes in terms of total storage power, and that's kind of capacity in terms of storage being added to the network. There are thousands of storage providers around the world, hundreds of organizations building Filecoin and building applications on top of it, and hundreds of projects and thousands of contributors. So it's a really amazing kind of rise for last year. And kind of the most fascinating thing for me is just how powerful the crypto incentives can be in kind of amassing a really strong storage network that can compete with cloud, the cloud giants. Being able to amass 10 exabytes in 1 year is just this kind of staggering figure, and that's really enabled by Web3 incentive structures. Some of the interesting look into kind of like the usage and the deals here, like the Filecoin network is sort of building out capacity, and over time turning that capacity into usage. Most of Web3 is a few petabytes. Most of the data that's been generated by a lot of applications is just a few petabytes. So already Filecoin has kind of accumulated that massive amount of capacity to now turning into converting Web2 uses into Web3 uses. So already a bunch of the people building on Web3 are starting to pull large-scale data sets and large-scale applications from the Web2 world and bringing them into Web3. It's been really cool to sort of see like the daily power addition, just on the order of like 60 petabytes being added every day. So that's a huge staggering scale. And now what the Filecoin network is turning to is turning that capacity into useful storage. So here you can see the deals over time in the marketplace happening. So this is kind of useful storage being added into the network. And so we'd love to see how this changes over time. One of the really exciting things that people are building are things like storage interfaces that can tune into for specific applications. So one example of this is NFT storage, where all the NFT platforms can connect to an interface that's tuned for storing NFTs and just address and store all of these really precious works of art and 3D objects and sculptures and so on in directly into IPFS and Filecoin. And this is already we're seeing like this massive use of this interface and storage into IPFS and Filecoin. I think on the order of like 4 million NFTs are stored on through NFT storage, which is like super staggering. Like that's an enormous amount of objects. And so kind of looking ahead to sort of like the next wave of Web3, there's a lot of built bridges that are being built across different networks and into Filecoin. What's super exciting is being able to kind of be the storage providing network for Web3 in general, and kind of building connectivity layers so that smart contracts and applications built in these other networks can make use of Filecoin storage and be able to kind of store their computations and whatnot. And so some of the things that I would love to see in the future is kind of like starting to turn stock photo and video archives into and collect and bring those, which are predominantly Web 2 right now, and bringing those into Web 3. I think that these are kind of sort of ripe for changes, because these are kind of applications where there's a lot of creation and art coupled with monetization and rights providing and so on. And this is sort of like, in my view, ripe for turning into a Web3 platform. I think the storage scale is there for applications like this. They just need to kind of we need sort of entrepreneurs to come by and create these Web3 applications. And one thing that I'm super excited about is open access science platforms. So we're getting to the point where we can already Filecoin is accumulating a large amount of data sets that are important scientifically. So things like genomics databases and large-scale imagery of astronomy and different kind of geological data sets and so on. And kind of the next frontier there is starting to connect and aggregate all of these important artifacts as part of the scientific process and turn them into kind of paper archives and interlinked science artifacts, looking at the figures and the data directly, and being able to distribute this really cheaply. So one of the really amazing things is that Filecoin can provide extremely cheap storage to these platforms. So oftentimes these groups are really underfunded, and sort of seeing them transition into Filecoin and Web3 will be really exciting. Great. Let's. So once you have a bunch of data, what do you do with it, right? So most of the world, this is kind of like a snapshot of the scale of the computation in Web 2. This is kind of a snapshot from 2019. There's an enormous amount of operations that happen on Web 2 today, and Web 3 is not yet at that scale. So though Filecoins can amass a huge amount of storage to be able to provide access to store the information, we don't yet have computing that can match this kind of scale. So I think one of the really important things that we'll see happen over the next year or two is the growth of internet scale computation coming to blockchain systems. And so this means we need to hit this sort of scalability target up and to the right, where we need to take the kind of high level of security that blockchains give us and really target the kind of level of computation that the cloud of Web 2 gives us. So that's sort of the target that the whole blockchain space needs to aim for. And I think we'll see this develop over the next couple of years. So it'll, of course, be iterative, and it'll take a while to get there and to build the right architectures to deliver this kind of performance. But I think it's one of the really exciting horizons for this. Already, we're seeing some interesting experiments in the Filecoin community where people are starting to add computation platforms around the Filecoin storage nodes. So and also connecting them to other computing platforms that are out there. So things like LivePeer and Videocoin and Golan and others are starting to get connected in. And one of once you have that computation, then you can start layering things like machine learning and layering things like notebook computing and data science tooling and so on. And so that's what's going to really enable all this data to be broadly useful. So yeah, I would look for really interesting projects over time that are going to bring this level of scalability and computation to the broader space. Changing gears for a moment, the metaverse has been increasingly a big focus for the crypto space. There's a ton of visions of the metaverse. Things like Ready Player One is probably the most iconic pop culture reference these days. But the broader vision of the metaverse has been evolving over time through things like games and online and sci-fi novels and online communities and so on for a very long time. So I think that this is kind of the metaverse in fragments and shards that are going to start getting connected. And we're starting to see that metaverse take shape today through some amount of Web 2 oriented games and platforms developing in Web 3. So we're starting to see platforms create structures around NFTs and cryptoland and so on that enable the creation of spaces and environments that people are starting to associate and spend time in. And so I think that the metaverse will be brought about by these experiences being stitched together that any one platform. There's a lot of kind of visions for the metaverse and kind of how this might happen over time. It's a huge topic for a lot of groups. I think one of the key things that's going to enable this is kind of the rise of NFTs as an asset that people associate with and want to use and want to interact with other people through. I think this is what's going to enable us to stitch the metaverse together and build it out at larger scales in a very open access oriented way, as opposed to kind of like lockdown platforms that are controlled by single parties or things like that. So I think NFTs kind of give rise to open virtual worlds where people start interacting, and then those kind of start to specialize along verticals. So things like museums and galleries are one example, but over time you can sort of see composable things and rooms being built out. So I can't wait for people to start dropping entire rooms as NFTs and then wire those rooms up into larger environments like whole buildings or whole cities and so on. So I think this is the way that we get to the metaverse. And super exciting to see a ton of groups driving in this direction, and can't wait to then couple these with interface improvements in AR and VR and see where that takes us. So really kind of it's a super exciting time to build the metaverse. So get out there and play. The last thing I kind of want to talk about is funding science and public goods. So I see the world as like this as having this really huge problem right now where there are two incentive fields, one for science and one for technology building. In academia, we have kind of very strong incentives to maximize the generation of kind of top papers, and it sort of generates this publish and perish environment. And on the flip side, on technology, which is sort of led by built out through corporations, there's a pressure to maximize revenue and not necessarily translate technology. So there's this big innovation chasm in the middle where we're missing effective coordination systems to help translate science from academia into the market. So this is where I think public funding mechanisms, which are being pioneered in crypto, can really help a ton. So I think it's still very early days. There's a few experiments here and there, but we're starting to see the generation of incentive structures and funding mechanisms to kind of close this gap in the middle. I think that this is a really key area that the market's not, the sort of like broader product-oriented market is not sufficient to help improve. And this is where kind of broadly accessible public good funding is going to be super impactful. So I would keep an eye out for projects like this. And if you have great ideas for how to do things like this, definitely bring them on. It's another area where like NFTs might turn out to be important. So things like certificates of impact and experiments could be constructed as NFTs, and sort of like you can do public funding through that and kind of lean into towards patronage, or you could lean towards kind of celebrations of the works and so on as a way to celebrate the results and whatnot. So again, early days, but we'll see what happens. One of the things that I'd love to see is creator addresses in NFTs start weaving into public funds for the actual the people creating these experiments, to the labs building the work, and so on. So think of creating a network, not just one or a few artists, but like really creating a whole network of value creation hung around the NFTs. And so the trades of the art or the certificates of impact about some important work start contributing and funding future work in those fields. So I think like this is early days still, but it's going to be a really impactful thing. So again, public funding mechanisms, look out for those. And the last message is really to tell everybody in the room that the future's up to you. The tech that's going to be built out over the next few decades is going to be super impactful, even way more impactful than the tech that has been built out for the last 2 decades. Lean into Web3 to build secure and robust software infrastructure, help aim for really great breakthroughs. And if you're looking to get started, this is a phenomenal year for developers. There's a ton of opportunities to build new ideas, tons of hackathons being organized, lots of accelerators, lots of grants, and public kind of funding mechanisms and investors that can help you get started. Great. Well, thank you so much, and have a great rest of the conference.
Thank you, Juan. That was great. So now that we've kind of set the table, heard everything about the pillars of Web3, everything that Web3 promises, our next panel is actually going to be discussing something a little bit more practical, getting into actually looking at, okay, how does Web3 get integrated, get built into? What is the gateway for Web3 for institutions and enterprises? So we have a great panel with Anchorage, Visa, Algorand, and we have Vanessa from CoinFund moderating it. So I'll let everyone come up on stage.
Hi, everyone. Excited to be here for this not boring panel. I'm Vanessa Grellet. I'm the head of portfolio growth at CoinFund, where I help companies scale and grow and get connectivity to enterprise to expand their products. I'm really excited to speak to you today with our panelists about the connectivity between Web3 and enterprise, and we'll see there's so much to unpack. So before we start, I would like to give the opportunity to our panelists to introduce themselves and share a little bit what they're excited about before we dive into the questions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Steve Kokinos, CEO of Algorand. For those of you who don't know, Algorand is a public blockchain network, and the Algorand protocol was invented by Silvio Micali, who's a Turing Prize-winning cryptographer and a longtime computer science professor at MIT. And I think we're, really, I'm both excited about the discussion, but generally, I think we've seen adoption come from 3 primary areas. One is sort of crypto native projects, especially around DeFi and NFTs. And we've seen some really interesting work around not only digital art, but things like music and video. The second is security tokens. We're seeing a lot of uptick there, and I think there's probably some like-minded thinking on stage here. And are really interested in kind of how more traditional assets start to participate in some of the DeFi tools that people are creating. And then finally, national projects, which is something that we're really excited about. We announced a couple of weeks ago that we're part of the infrastructure for El Salvador's project, Colombia's vaccine passport, and a bunch of others all run on Algorand. So we're, I think what we are most excited about, and then I'll let other people talk, is really these collisions between the more traditional world and the crypto world, and watching that start to happen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Gu. I'm from Visa Crypto team, and I lead the global central bank digital currency engagement with many different central banks, but also kind of working very closely with many teams within Visa, trying to imagine what the future will look like for this entire digital payment space. Obviously, lots of things going on right now these days, and we're super excited with all the innovations that's been happening from the private sector. But more and more increasingly, we see that central banks and regulators are taking a much more keen interest and bringing up their expertise in understanding how would the future look like. So from our sort of Visa Crypto team, we're really trying to be the bridge in between the private and the public, and trying to think through the sort of product and infrastructure that we might be able to help to support as these digital payments become more mainstream and getting adopted for consumers and merchants.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yuriy. I work at Anchorage Digital. Anchorage is a platform for institutions to access the digital asset space. We allow a secure way for clients to interact with custody, trading, lending, as well as on-chain services like staking, governance, and the like. And we were the first digitally native company that received the federal bank charter from the OCC back in January.
And so a first general question for our panelists, we see that enterprise and institutions see the innovation and the opportunity there. How do you think they're positioning sort of the centralized nature of their business or their activity versus the decentralized offering or promise of blockchain? And how do you reconcile both?
I mean, it's a good question. I think if I just sort of reflect on the past couple of years, you rewind to the beginning of that period, most enterprises and others, sort of took this stance that they wanted to have, they wanted to deploy things on private chains. We think that's pretty much nonsense, and that if you take a look at kind of large tech waves, public networks have won virtually every time. At least I can't come up with an example of private networks having won. And so I think what we've started to, as we started to see kind of the blockchain and crypto space grow, there are certainly network effects that are driven, and also tools and applications that only exist in the public sphere on public networks. And I think what's happening is enterprises are effectively getting kind of dragged along with that because they see the benefit of it. And I think that more and more we'll start to see kind of additional participation from both enterprises, but also from people using those tools on the other side, which helps generate scale.
Yeah, and I think what I would like to add is basically in this space, there's so much still education need to be done first, and it's trying to get people to be crypto fluent enough to understand all these different varieties of choices and what does that mean in terms of the technical considerations and such, which I think is very important to do. So we're actually spending a lot of time with institutions as well as regulators and central banks, sort of sharing our views in terms of what we're looking at, have been growing in the private, sort of all these public blockchain space, and how would that imply, when you are looking, say, considering permission-based, enterprise type upgrade of blockchains, and how that might be used for the future. So I think CBDC space also including that conversation in the sense that you already actually see many central banks are very curious about exploring these spaces. Algorand is one in which you guys are engaging with these to talk about CBDC infrastructure. So is many other enterprise grade like the R3/4, the Quorum network, JP Morgan Link. There's many type of sort of, I think, enterprise like blockchains emerging in this space, and I think that's going to be interesting to see how they will be adopted or integrated into these sort of new designs for CBDC going forward.
Yeah. And Anchorage, it's one of the most, if not the most, regulated companies, in the space. So one of the things that the OCC charter allows us to do is that we actually are allowed to provide the staking and governance services within a regulatory framework. So we have a lot of institutional clients, both crypto native and both from more of a traditional finance space that are in all sorts of different levels of investigating and learning, like Catherine said, education's a big part of it, of, what exactly do these, Web3, DeFi platforms really do, how to properly access them, and most importantly, as all of you obviously have been following, the regulatory landscape over the last few months has been kind of getting a little bit more intense, and we allow the customers basically to figure out how to properly access these platforms on a regulated scale.
Yuriy, I want to double down on that because we see that a lot of the recent adoption has been fueled by the excitement around DeFi and access to yield and these new opportunities for clients and institutions. How would you see Anchorage as an on-ramp capability, and how do you bring in traditional institutions to give them exposure to digital assets?
So I think Anchorage approaches this in two different ways, right? So one is we work with a lot of the protocols in order for them to be allowed to have, to facilitate clients' access to those protocols, right, in a seamless way. And then the other way too, it's we make sure that our clients are able to access those protocols like within the Anchorage framework. For example, if you're a digital native fund, smaller size, perhaps you do a $50,000 trade, use MetaMask, no problem, right? But if you're like a large hedge fund coming in from the traditional space and you're heavily regulated as well, doing a $50 million trade on MetaMask is probably a little bit more nerve-wracking, right? So Anchorage is spending a lot of time and engineering resources to build those rails so that institutional clients can access this again in a seamless and regulatory framework.
I'll just add one thing. I mean, I think that's very important, the distinction between audiences. The other is, there's a lot of people building stuff out here, I'm sure. I think some form of victory as the distinction blurs between finance and crypto is nobody should really know who Algorand is unless they care over time, or really kind of any of us. And I just encourage everybody who's out there building stuff to think about user experiences and how improving that is so critical to having more people use this. And those experiences extend into the enterprise, they extend into retail users. But I think in the end, what excites earning yield is something that's enterprises chase and institutions chase and retail users do as well. But making it easier for people to do that so they don't have to learn everything about smart contracts and everything else is really key.
Steve, you bring up a great point about user experience, which has been something that has been very crypto native in terms of where the innovation sits, and I think now needs to get a fresh look at. Let's put it this way. Catherine, you've been involved in CBDCs and you've been doing a lot of research. You just published a paper on CBDCs and the building blocks that are necessary in order to drive adoption for this. And I think this applies to CBDCs, it also applies to stablecoins and cryptocurrencies. What is the opportunity that CBDCs bring to the table, and what are these building blocks that are necessary for everyone to be able to access them?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So actually yesterday we published this thought leadership piece on CBDC through the Visa Navigate, so welcome anyone to take a read and to share your thoughts. I think CBDC is a very big sort of subject, and there's a lot of things that need to be done, which is why many central banks across the world, I think according to the BIS report earlier this year, over 86% of all the central banks around the world are starting to look at CBDC. Out of those, I believe about 60% of those are already considering pilot, 40 of those are starting to sort of, plan them out and starting to actually execute these pilots in different stages. So I think, in the next, say, 3 to 5 years, this space is going to be super interesting because it has a lot of implications from policy side, from the technology side, and from users and merchants, what they all mean in this new future with, CBDC as part of that sort of space as well. So I think, as we're also, by the way, in an exploration stage in terms of learning a lot as we're doing these engagement with central banks, understanding what's on the top of their mind. Because I think one key thing to highlight is that we don't think that there's one CBDC solution that's going to fit for every single country. And what that means is actually for each country, it's very important to understand what are the drivers that are influencing the policy makers to actually design the CBDC? Because once you identify those objectives and motivations, I think the technology solution will be there to help you to solve for that. And that's why, right now we're spending a lot of time with central banks understanding those key motivations. And I would say that there's a lot of opportunities out there, but there's also threats. And then I think the threats is, you don't want to disintermediate the existing financial system, and that's crucial. And I think in the future of CBDC, you're probably going to expect what we call a two-tier model design in which there really is hopefully like a good public and private partnership working very closely together to design the CBDC, but then in terms of distributing CBDC into the rest of the economy, you want to rely on the existing financial infrastructures, but also, the incoming digital wallets, the fintechs of the world, they will in the future as digital payments to provide the additional sort of infrastructure to help to distribute these money. So I think, the future is exciting in that sense because there's so many different players will coming into the scene and providing different infrastructures. And I guess at Visa, what we're doing right now is to spend a lot of time on the research, on the thought leadership. So some of the key research areas in which central banks are taking a keen interest, we're helping to sort of think through solutions. To give an example, we're looking at, for example, offline capabilities. And I think offline is a very interesting subject because, looking at CBDC as this digital version of cash, how in the future can you create that cash-like experience, but in a digital way so that, in an offline fashion, you can actually download the money onto your mobile phone and pay in a secure fashion? I think that's just super fascinating. It helps to drive the innovation, and hopefully, it creates new monetary flows because there could be interesting new use cases coming out. So lots of interesting, cool stuff going on there, and hopefully, we'd love to share more of these research with everyone here because I do think, we need all these innovation to help to support and push what we're doing here forward.
I just wanted to add one thing on this. So we've done a number of national projects. We power Colombia's vaccine passport program is built on Algorand. We're El Salvador's national blockchain, which involves a number of different projects. And even places like Italy, they have a national music rights system. They deployed 4.5 million NFTs to Algorand for about 100,000 artists so they can start processing royalties and allow for fractional ownership online. And I'm not diverging too far from what you're saying. I think what we've found is in all these cases, understanding the technology is something that's very important at national scale because this is something that economies are going to rely on for the next 50, 100 years. And so understanding exactly like what the underlying theory is, what the science behind it is something that's very important. I think the other thing we're seeing more and more of is thinking about how do you custody assets? How are those held? If you're a central bank, how are you going to make sure that that's secure? And again, goes back to understanding, the underlying networks that you're running on and this. And so beyond that, I think there's sort of retail central bank digital currencies, which I think is largely what gets people excited. There's also bank-to-bank, digital currency projects that we see going on. And I think exactly how these things emanate is going to be interesting to watch, including, stablecoins have a role in this as well. And I think if you look at protocols like USDC, they've done really fascinating work and are really sort of creating new ways that programmable money can be used in kind of everyday commerce. And so I just sort of encourage everyone to sort of think a little bit more broadly when you think about central bank digital currencies, and really sort of include a number of different projects and ways that people might approach it. And I think definitely it's a time of invention for central banks, and it's opportunity and a threat for them too, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. We see that it's going to take time to roll out CBDCs and a lot of education. And in the meantime, the innovation is continuing with stablecoins and driving further adoption, and institution being able to leverage this innovation. So how do you see the future with CBDCs, stablecoins, and tokens, and how we're going to interact with all these assets, and what is necessary in order for adoption to become real?
That's a great question, and I would take it even one step further back, in the sense, in the digital space, we're looking at things like digital currencies, including cryptocurrencies, stablecoins, CBDCs, these days NFTs as well. But really taking it in the whole big picture, we already have things that are digital, in the sense, you have your Venmo, Revolut, you have all these real-time payments as well. So all that in the future, how do they coexist and how do they interoperate in between each other, I think is actually one of the key things that are facing a lot of us here, trying to think through what does the future look like if you want to, say, enable cross-border payments, whether that's on a B2B basis or it's just peer-to-peer, me sending money to my friend abroad. Maybe I can send it in stablecoin, my friend receive that in the local CBDC at the end of that, almost instantaneously. Those things might be possible, but I think you do need to think through these different technologies being built to support it. And I would say the other thing that's related to this conversation is when it comes to regulation and compliance. Obviously, you have more advanced technologies that will be happening out there in the future, but you still need to ensure the best-in-class sort of standards that you have sort of putting into the system to ensure all these payment networks can interoperate, but interoperate in a safe way that we are able to make sure that there's no sort of, I guess, malicious usage of money. Is also another challenge for people to navigate.
Yeah, and to add to that as well, stable coins in general, I think the one problem they really solved is the settlement issue after, let's say, a trade is made, right? So, when you're using US dollars, for example, if you're sending dollars to, a Coinbase or a Binance or whatever exchange you may use, well, those dollars don't actually get there, till 3 days later, which makes it for the companies not very capital efficient, right? Now with stable coins, you can settle obviously 24/7. You can settle same day. You can settle within 10 minutes of your trade. So for hedge funds, for other asset managers, stable coins and the CBDCs that'll come out will obviously just make the entire capital structure a lot more efficient in the day-to-day course of business. Yeah.
Sorry. I was just going to add one area, which is focus on the retail aspect. And I think that actually goes back to Steve's point about user experience. Understanding that is super crucial, because I think even the sort of digital wallet that we're using as of today, I mean, they're pretty good. But I think if you give it to a normal person who hasn't been touching crypto at all before, I think there's a lot of education to be done to help them to understand what are you doing with that. What's the difference, say, in the future between stablecoin and CBDC? Because these things, as a normal spender, I think it's it might sound simple questions, but I think it deserves some more thoughts, in the sense, would me in the future, in 5 years' time, have to switch between my money on Starbucks over to, I don't know, a CBDC token and then buy a cup of coffee, like trying to think through the exact use cases that these sort of future of stablecoins and CBDCs can help to address is very important. And we're spending a lot of time trying to think through what could be the sort of the story, the personas out there, and you can apply the sort of the advantage that you get from things like CBDC to really help to solve these issues. So there's a lot of conversation going on there.
Just one last thing on this topic. If you look at a place like El Salvador, they've onboarded something like half their population in 3 weeks to digital wallets. So I think if you look at what's possible in these sort of national scale applications, it's the ability to create scale and move quickly in some ways that is very difficult to replicate elsewhere. I think one kind of last thing to think about is, it's very likely that we'll just have a world where there's more currencies than there are today. I mean, we already do, a lot of them created by people here. And I think that that's going to persist. And if that's the case, then people will sort of choose however they want to fund a transaction, and the transaction can just happen. But I think ultimately, if you look at things like AMMs and DEXs and other tools, those can all operate kind of behind the scenes. The users don't have to be aware, but it provides like a totally seamless way for people to shift between one currency or another, kind of embedded just in their everyday life. And so again, I think this is, it comes back to user experience, but this is really the plumbing for how finance just will work for everybody. And I think we're starting to see the seeds of it today. Now, like largely everybody in America is like doing fine financially, relatively compared to other parts of the world, and have access to good tools. But like let's just say directionally, half of Latin America doesn't have a bank account at all. I think these are like really important problems to solve. And if you can give people the right tools, one, it's immediate impact to GDP because you're taking out fees, especially remittances across border when people are sending money home, which is especially expensive and takes a long time, even more than a bank transfer. And beyond, if you kind of take a step further, now the tools that are being created in crypto give people that don't have access ability to earn yield and borrow and lend against what money they do have, and that's a big deal and positive shift for people all over the world. So I think that there's really exciting prospects here, and there's definitely things that we have to kind of unpack and deal with, but I think it's good to remember that.
And Steve, Algorand has been working with El Salvador. Would love to learn more about how you're providing blockchain for everyone there, and what are the building blocks, and what's important for institutions and large stakeholders to roll out for this to be successful?
Yeah, well, there's a number of different, so payments are obviously one application that they've been using. There's others like a land registry, passports, so they're fully digitizing government services and putting them on the blockchain, which I think is going to be really fascinating to see. I think one of the things that's been interesting to watch there is it's required participation by the banks, the point of sale vendors, the mobile phone networks, and all those people are ultimately making it easy for people to use digital wallets. And so I think as a proof point, I think what they've shown is that you can shift how people transact pretty quickly if you want to, and that secondly, there's willingness to accept kind of digital currencies as payments, and that vendors have had to kind of line up to do it, but they have, and it hasn't been a big thing. But I think that's the big takeaway there is it's not just like you don't give people wallets. If you give people wallets and there's nothing else they can do, they're not going to use them for very long, even if you give them money to incent them to do it. It has to be kind of an ecosystem of players that sort of come together and bring the right tools so that it's very seamless for everyone.
So we see the evolution, right, in the past 5 years. All the ideas were there, but they hadn't come to fruition with the maturity of where the players are right now and how large institutions are thinking about it. We have 6 minutes left. I would love our panelists to share like where they see the most opportunities. Let's say you're an institution or you're a decentralized protocol and you want to create solutions and work with enterprise. Where would you focus your time?
I can start with an example. Institutionally, like let's take an example of a money market fund, right? So the way it currently works, if you're a large company, let's say a Boeing or a Nike, you probably have somebody like JP Morgan who runs your money market platform for you. So whenever you have excess cash that you need to park overnight or over a week, you call up your sales guy to JP and you kind of say, all right, well, I have $1 billion I need to put in over the next 2 days. That PM then goes with his team, and then they decide where to invest that $2 billion, right? They look at Bloomberg, they'll call around the different brokers and figure out how to efficiently place that to get the most yield while preserving the liquidity profile that their portfolio requires, right? Now, in the DeFi and the Web3 space, do you really need that team of portfolio managers in order to do all that stuff more or less manually, right? We have already, like, probably the most glaring example is probably Yearn Finance, where you can put your money in there, and the platform looks at other DeFi protocols, sees where the yield is, and optimally and efficiently places that money where it needs to go to maximize yield and minimize risk, right? So I think that's just one example, but there's a lot of similar examples that are very manual right now in the traditional finance space that I think a lot of the things that all three of our companies here are working on is going to make things a lot more efficient.
I guess I'll go next. I think just taking a survey of what are some of the live CBDC pilots or real CBDC already out there. You're looking at, for example, in the Caribbean, there's the Bahama, who is the #1 first CBDC project out there called the Sand Dollar, as well as in the Eastern Caribbean, they have something called Dcash. I think, again, each country is very specific, driven by their specific motivations. But for these countries, for example, they're looking at, in order to solve for financial inclusion, in order to solve for the fact that there's still a heavy usage of cash. In fact, I think in Eastern Caribbean, there's so much usage of cash in between different islands that you actually have an airplane to fly cash every single day just to transport these. So to improve these sort of existing way things work, you're having the CBDC, and then trying to think through what are the new technology can help to inform, to improve the system. And then, on the other hand, you have Europe, you have the in Riksbank in Sweden, they're already starting the e-krona project. There is a decline of cash, and they're trying to see what is the alternative, what's the complement of the cash that central bank can still make it available to its citizens to use. Similarly, in the ECB in general, they're looking at digital euro. And when they're doing the survey in terms of asking for public responses to look at what are the key sort of requirements that you would like to see in terms of CBDC, the range of issues, privacy is the #1 thing, and then you have security to make the system secure and resilient, as well as lower cost for merchants and stuff. So I think having seen all these different examples, the key is that it's a very complicated topic. And I think there are many different areas of research and opportunities and technology innovation that can do there to anticipate what's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years' time. And I would say, at least to share what we're doing here at Visa, I've already mentioned, offline capability. That's one really interesting area in which central banks are thinking through this digital experience of cash. How can I replicate it, but actually adding enhanced security to it so that you can hopefully minimize the risk associated with the cash version. And also similarly, I think the second area of focus is going to be on interoperability, in the sense that you have all these fast payment, real-time payment system already out there, but now you're going to have all these CBDC networks in the future, and these CBDC networks will be using a combination, we think, of DLT as well as non-DLT technology as the backend infrastructure. So then the question becomes, how do you interoperate between different CBDC networks in the future to facilitate cross-border payments, as well as within all the existing infrastructures, so that you can ensure this smooth transition and focus on things such as merchant acceptance, that they don't need to require massive cost and investment to upgrade their system, as well as allowing consumer to enjoy the level of experience they already do, or even better in the future. These are key questions that, if you think through from the angle of what you want to achieve, and then kind of working backwards, I guess, to figure out the opportunities, I think there's plenty of things that can be helped to solve.
Well, I guess from our standpoint, the way we think about it is, no offense to Visa, big institutions and enterprises aren't the people who drive innovation. It's new companies that sort of natively understand new technologies and that create new things. At the same time, I think it's just true that 95% of the world's capital still lives in traditional assets and more traditional places. And what really needs to happen is more of that capital needs to move on chain and take digital asset forms, and requires a whole series of plumbing. But that's going to be a set of incremental steps that happen over the next little bit. But I think certainly, the specter of municipal bonds being issued on chain, and when we talk about security tokens generically, if you think about things like mortgage-backed securities, the problem is if you're a fixed income desk, you invest in fixed income securities, there's a risk profile you have to match up to, and as interested as you might be in digital assets, you need assets to invest in that actually match up to the mandate that you have as an investor. And I think that that's what we're excited to watch start to happen more, is see more asset types start to migrate on chain, but leverage the really fascinating tools that people are creating in crypto, and and see how that helps people.
Yeah, so we see 3 exciting places for innovation: traditional finance and DeFi, payments, and then real assets, and transitioning the existing infrastructure on chain. We're out of time, but I really want to thank our panelists today for this exciting conversation and exciting perspective on what's coming up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That certainly wasn't boring. The title definitely delivered there. So how's everyone doing? Good? Let's hear it. Come on. Let's hear some energy. All right. I want to hear that. We have a great conversation coming up. Really exciting panel. Very, very excited for this. Famously, one of our panelists said, the herd is coming. And as you've seen from all the panels today, all the panels over the past few days, the herd is certainly here. Traditional finance, institutions, crypto has really come of age. We have a lot of adoption, but now what happens next? So on our next panel, we have 2 mics, Mike Belshe, Mike Novogratz. Daniel Roberts will be up here facilitating the conversation. We're going to discuss everything. Bitcoin has seen adoption. We have DeFi. What's happening now? What's coming next? I'll hand it over to our panelists.
Deep breath.
All righty, 2 mics. Good morning, everyone. I was just up here a few minutes ago with Robinhood, so now we can go from retail to institutions a little bit with the mics. And it's always great when we can lead with some news. I don't know how much everyone here or watching online has caught up on crypto news this morning, but Galaxy announcing a partnership just today in the Journal with Invesco to launch, wow, applause, look at that. Is that the Galaxy team right there?
I've
Yes,
got to
it
be the
is.
Galaxy
Okay.
team.
All right,
Come
now,
on.
now I know why, yeah. But to work on various ETFs in crypto. Now, of course, some of this is very dependent on a US Bitcoin ETF actually being approved, which for now has been a big if. But Mike Novogratz, let's just jump into that partnership, what that looks like, and talk to me about maybe thinking that bringing on an Invesco might actually help. I mean, is this about getting a legitimate partner from that side?
Invesco kind of invented the ETF, right? They came out with the QQQ. They have 1,000 salespeople that sell their products. And so since I started my kind of crypto journey, I thought the idea was, how can we bring more people into the tent? And so me and many people out there proselytizing all the time in small communities and on TV. How do you bring people into the tent? How can you convince them to understand what Bitcoin is, what Web3 is, and all the rest? And so I thought, what no better way than instantly having 1,000 unbelievably trained salesmen and lawyers who understand ETFs. And so we're looking at this as a multi-year partnership to come up with lots of products. We're thrilled that Invesco chose us to be their partners, and couldn't be more excited. And do think, I'm not sure when Mr. Gensler decides to pull the trigger, but there are going to be equity ETFs with all the different public stocks. There are going to be all kinds of different products that come out. And the SEC will get there.
Sure?
I'm sure. I don't know when, but I'm sure they will get there.
Let's talk a little bit about the ETF element, and Mike Belshe, I'd love your take too from the institutional side, but you hear a lot of demand for the ETF, but what some crypto purists would say is, well, all these people want exposure to crypto from some lateral way. Like some people think, well, maybe now I could buy Coinbase stock, that's exposure to crypto, an ETF. And what purists would say is, just buy crypto. Why not just buy Bitcoin?
Sure, well, look, one of the great things about the ethos of Bitcoin is its openness, its freedom. You get to choose how you're going to invest on your own. And different people have different levels of comfort all across the spectrum. So obviously, there's a lot of folks out there that are interested in Bitcoin, but may not be quite ready to hold it themselves. So they should have a way to participate. But more importantly, like, consider a fiduciary, right? It's great as an individual to hold your own asset. Fiduciaries, we always hold a higher bar, right? Fiduciaries are holding other people's asset. So we monitor that, we scrutinize that, we regulate that. How do they have access for their clients to these assets? So the ETF is going to turn out to be an easy way for people to jump in and get started. We forget, I mean, we're 10 years in. We like to think that this is a mature asset class. It's getting better every day, of course, but there's still a lot of work to be done. So the ETF turns out to be a great way where you can actually have direct exposure to it. And yet, yes, you do have to have trust on another party that's actually going to manage that on your behalf. But look, all Bitcoiners should be very excited about ETFs being launched. It's making it accessible to the world. Ubiquity is what's going to allow us to get to the next level. It's going to drop down the volatility, increase the ability to have use cases that work for the future.
Let me say one other thing. You know, we have this term, the democratization of finance, gets kicked around all the time. And some people take that to mean that everybody should be their own FA, that everyone should be a markets junkie. And I actually don't think that's the case at all. I think doctors should doctor. And listen, I do think the blockchain will change how medicine gets delivered, and just as it's changing how art can get delivered. But I don't want a world where everyone is sitting checking their screen every 15 minutes, looking at charts, looking at Gann fans and Fibonacci levels.
You don't think we're already in that world?
You know, I mean, some of you guys are in that world, but the reality is most people should and want to turn to an expert to help them manage their finances. And so the FAs at Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs or you name the bank serve a really vital purpose in helping people manage their future. And I don't think the world is going to change. How they do that, the products they can participate in are all going to change. And so we're in this evolution of giving them new products, and that's where ETFs and other things fit in. But I do think, I don't see a world where, you know, the 62-year-old grandmother who had spent her whole life as a nurse all of a sudden decides she's going to be a great trader. You know, becoming a great investor takes repetitions, it takes hard work, it takes knowledge. You just don't say, hey, I'm a trader. Just like me saying, I'm a doctor, can I operate on you?
Wait, the folks on Wall Street Bets would disagree with you.
I think some of the folks on Wall Street Bets work their ass off. They understand exactly what's happening in the market. A lot of them don't. And I think in the long run, a lot of them who don't are going to lose money. Right now it feels easy because we've had this giant bull market in assets because interest rates are at zero and everything's going up. But investing is not easy, right? I tell this to my hedge fund friends all the time. There has never, ever in the history of hedge funds been a hedge fund that has lasted more than 5 years that ran at over 30 vol, ever. And so, you know, if you look at the way people are running their PAs with, you know, Bitcoin as a 100 vol asset, and heck, the altcoin's much higher than 100 vol, Ethereum higher than 100 vol, and people are going in fully invested or even leveraged, the math just says you're going to get carted out. Unless you think I'm better than Stan Druckenmiller. I know I haven't been trained, but damn it, I'm better than Stan Druckenmiller.
Stan likes crypto.
And so I just throw that kind of wet blanket out there a little bit that, you know, I do appreciate finance being open to the world. I do think developing domain expertise is really important.
Yeah. Mike B, you know, at BitGo, you guys have built a very sizable business doing institutional custody, and I guess I'd ask, who are the institutions? You know, it's almost become a buzzword when we talk about institutional crypto adoption. At the very least, we just know it's not individuals, but who are the clients that are coming to BitGo right now? And I'd also ask what you're hearing the most from them in terms of people who maybe they resisted crypto and now they're ready to get in.
Yeah, well, you know, over the last 8 years that we've been doing this, a lot of what we're doing is just building confidence and building trust that this asset class is ready for them, that it meets the metaphor they're looking for. You know, who's the management team and the security, and you know, what are the backup systems that you have behind it. So overall, it's hitting all sectors. Frankly, it's I don't really like the herd concept or the.
I was going to ask about that. Yeah.
I think it's much more of a line that grows, but it's across all sectors. And we can't share all our clients. Some of our clients are pretty well known. We've hit, of course, the crypto companies pretty hard over the early part of that. But the exciting part is, like, in recent years, we're starting to see endowments, pension funds. And the reason that's so intriguing is because these are the most conservative guys out there. Their job is wealth preservation, right? And for them in the last year and a half to start taking a look at Bitcoin digital assets tells us something stunning. So we had a big peak, back 2017 that came down. A lot of institutions were looking back then. And when they looked under the covers and they looked at the market structure around digital assets, it wasn't quite ready for them. Now, fast forward 3.5, 4 years, throw a pandemic in there, all of a sudden they take a look. All the things that we've been building in terms of the regulatory angle, in terms of who's using it, and the security components, they're able now to take a look at that same asset class and say they want to participate. Secondarily, put the backstop of the pandemic, and they're in. So anyway, it's across all sectors. I think there's been a lot of talk about corporates. I think that's actually going to be a little harder to come in. Of course, you've got MicroStrategy placing a particular big bet.
Again and again and again.
You got Tesla, which has a particular, I think, ability to kind of draw from the retail sector with a populist type movement. But holding digital assets on your balance sheet for corporations remains pretty tough for a CFO. They're not used to holding commodities on the balance sheet. That's not usually what they do with their treasury. We're going to see it start to grow, but it's going to take a little bit more. Taxes are a big pain in the neck, but we do have a product for that if you are looking for it. We have to pay a lot of attention to our tax component because we take a lot of transactions. It's difficult to manage, but it's getting there. But I think corporates, everyone's excited about it. It will come, probably a couple more.
Now wait, is it also tough for a CFO to hold crypto on the balance sheet because of either pushback from shareholders, pushback from board members saying, too risky?
Of course. All those things happen. Like, we, as a CEO or as a board, you're there to operate a business, right? Not to invest in a commodity, much less a high vol commodity. So that is a big challenge for you.
So the thing I've noticed recently, though, and I think I've noticed it in a really striking way, up until about 3-4 months ago, most people, when they talked about crypto, especially if they weren't, deep crypto nerds, they talked about Bitcoin as a store of value or as a hedge versus the debasement of fiat currency. We all heard the story. And the other stuff, blockchain, they didn't really kind of get it, another version of Bitcoin. And 3 to 4 months ago, really with the boom of NFTs and the first real use case for Web3 that went viral, people woke up and said, oh God, this is the internet of value transfer. And investors now realize, I can't miss Web3. I can't miss the next internet. And so almost every investor I speak to is calling me and trying to get me to explain the difference between Ethereum, Solana, Luna, and all the other level 1 protocols, and starting to understand how is this going to work out. So that's interesting from the investor perspective. Of course, that starts with the family offices and the hedge funds before it gets to the real money guys and the endowments. But almost more interestingly, I've gotten 5 calls in the last 8 days from CEOs of major brands who are saying, how do I participate in Web3? Not as an investor to put it on my balance sheet, but how do I participate? How do I take my community that I've built, if I'm a retail brand, if I'm an exercise club, if I'm you name it, and use this new technology? And so I think there has been an awakening that this is real, that Web3 is here to stay, and that I tell a lot of these companies, one reason, just to start, go buy something, right? I thought it was brilliant that Visa's first move in NFTs wasn't to issue one. Yeah. It was to buy one, to say we're part of your community, and now we're gonna be, building and building on that. And so, like, my advice to them is, buy something, but start participating. But even accepting Bitcoin or accepting all crypto as a payment, not thinking people are going to use it sends a really strong message to Gen Z, millennials, to the generation that cares so deeply about this movement, that they're listening to them, that they care. And so for corporates just to even put a tiny amount on their balance sheet. Listen, one of the big state endowment funds told me they were accelerating, one of the biggest pension funds in the country, they were trying to accelerate their adoption, their approval of putting Bitcoin on, because they wanted to send the message to all you guys who are deciding, should I move from New York to Miami or Puerto Rico or Austin or wherever, that they're crypto friendly.
Which one?
I'm not going to tell you. But so I think there's something important there. Like, there's a messaging. People realize that this is a movement, right? People don't protest if the government does something that, you know, makes Apple's stock a little less valuable. There's not a monster online protest. Shareholders are like, oh, that sucks. But when, you know, the government tried to, or they did actually pass the infrastructure bill, you know, you had a roar in DC that they heard. And so people invest in crypto with a different sense of ownership than they do, a different sense of belonging to the community and their identity than they do in equities.
You said, Mike, corporates now realize I need to care about Web3. Great soundbite that we can write up at Decrypt. But let me just push you a little further. Like, you know, the name of our panel here, the herd has arrived. Has it fully arrived? And people talk about NFTs as the doorway, but a lot of people are very skeptical when they look at the NFT space. That, of everything in crypto, that's the thing that I still hear the most.
And a lot of people were really
stupid.
skeptical. When I bought Bitcoin at 100 and like a knucklehead was on the cover of the FT saying Bitcoin was going to go to 1,000, I got ridiculed. A lot of people were very skeptical about Bitcoin becoming a store of value. And all of a sudden, I remember waking up one day, I was like, okay, Ray Dalio, Stan Druckenmiller, Paul Jones, three of the greatest macro investors of all time, have now said it's a store of value. So who else do I need before I determine it's a store of value?
A couple more, maybe.
But we got a lot, you know, we've got a lot. And so the herd is probably an unfair word, right? You know, we're always pushing boundaries. Technology doesn't happen overnight. What we've seen, though, is enough success stories in NFTs that people woke up to the fact that, hey, I can monetize and own my own IP. And that's not going away. And so, yes, some of the social token experiments will come and go. Some of the prices of NFTs will collapse. Most of them will collapse, right? In the long run, value accrues where people have an emotional tie and you can get a community that's intense enough about it that it can maintain that intensity. What surprised me is how fast these communities can grow and how long they keep their intensity. I mean, I literally think of GameStop, which isn't a crypto. It might as well be. It is a crypto. Every single equity investor I know a year ago said, I'm not going to short it, or I'm going to short it, but there's no way it lasts. A year later, we're still trading at 190. It's an identity for people. It is a crypto. And so the passion of these communities can surprise you. You know, so don't sell your crypto punks too early.
Mike B, you know, the reason you guys are kind of paired here today, for anyone who somehow forgot, is this Galaxy BitGo acquisition. I know that deal hasn't maybe formally closed, but a $1.2 billion deal, I think it was framed as the first $1 billion+ acquisition in crypto. Talk to me about what that means for BitGo, you know, joining Galaxy, and are we going to see more of these mega tie-ups soon?
Well, one of the great things about what's going on with crypto, Bitcoin, digital assets, is that software is invading the financial services world. And when software gets into a market, it has a way of just upending everything. It has a way of creating innovation at a level we haven't seen before. I think part of why I would bet most people here are excited at the level of change that we see in this industry. It is changing every day so fast, and you know, our investors have said for years that you know, of all the portfolio companies, our company changes the fastest in the sector that's changing the fastest. All right, well, how do we accelerate this? How do we continue to go to the next level? And the herd has arrived, the herd is coming. It's still early days, so I mean, I guess we've got the first part of the herd, but we're building communities around this, and it does have a magical effect. How do we get to the next level? Well, the Galaxy team, fantastic, you know, tremendous financial services expertise, fantastic operating business on their own. BitGo as well, kind of bringing the tech side. And then our goal is to actually continue down this innovative path. So with BitGo Galaxy together, I think we've got a really strong offering in terms of that institutional innovation, meeting the metaphor of what our clients need, but at the same time also pushing forward in an aggressive way.
Let's bring it back to what we started with. We talked about the Invesco QQQ partnership and ETFs. Let's talk about the SEC and regulation. Got to ask you about that. I mean, it's been kind of the topic hanging over not just this conference, but in the last few weeks. Gary Gensler is starting to come out there and say a little bit more. Every time he does media, he talks a little bit more about what he thinks about crypto. And most of what he's saying has not been very promising from the perspective of crypto traders and crypto investors. A lot of people assumed, I think, that Gensler would be very, very pro-crypto just because he once taught a course on blockchain at MIT. What is going to happen with the SEC and regulation, and how do people view it, and what should they do to adhere to regulations?
You know, listen, it's a great question. Gary is smart. There's absolutely no doubt about it. He's smart. There's absolutely also no doubt about it that he wants to regulate crypto. Clear as can be. He wants to be the sheriff of Cryptoville. He's got an issue that, you know, crypto's a new industry and it doesn't necessarily fall directly in the purview of the SEC or the CFTC. When you can't decide what's a security, if it's not a security, does the SEC even regulate it? And so what he'd like, and he will try really hard for, is to get this Democratic Congress and Democratic Senate to pass legislation that gives him the right to regulate crypto. Right now, nothing seems to be getting passed in Congress. And so there's a to and fro that's going to happen with him trying to, you know, take ground and say, I have the right to regulate here, and a Congress that we'll see. And so I think it's going to be a really, you know, volatile 6 to 12 months in the regulatory sphere. Our community did a terrible job of educating Washington on what our industry was and what's important. I think it's bold that Brian Armstrong is going to actually put out his version of what regulation should look like. I'm dying to maybe call him up and get a preview. But in general, we didn't spend enough time. We're committed now to spending more time in DC. I'm trying to hire a super guy to help us there, to educate senators, congressmen, and to even to work with the people at the different, you know, regulatory agencies. It's not like they're starting at zero. A lot of the young people at the agencies are big owners of crypto. But this is going to be a really challenging year, and we'll see.
You see the onus as partially being on the crypto community
100%.
To educate government officials about how crypto works.
What was so telling, listen, I don't like Ted Cruz. Like, you can publish that, even though we both went to Princeton. But I love that speech he gave at the end of that congressional thing where he was like, how dare you guys pass regulation that could cost people their jobs and livelihood when less than 3 of the 100 of us even know what a Bitcoin is. You know, like, that was coming from Ted Cruz's mouth, not me. I was talking to senators that weekend, and a shockingly low knowledge of what our industry was. And some had staffers that knew. And so even the smart senators, and listen, this is a hard industry, you know, like it's not easy concepts. Like, to try to understand what magical internet money is, really people are like, wait a minute, hold on, stop. Right. And then you say, no, we're a $2 trillion industry now. What got one of the senators to listen, I was like, dude, our combined company will be close to 500 people with an average salary of over $200,000. Those are all jobs that didn't exist a few years ago. And that got him started. Listen, this is an unbelievably fast-growing industry. The internet, when it was growing at its fastest, had an adoption rate of about 60%, and crypto is over 100%. So we're literally growing 1.5 to 2 times faster than the internet in terms of the adoption of people getting into our space. And so you'd be an idiot as a politician, an idiot, to say, oh, I don't want that around, right? And so...
Say it, they do.
What?
Say it, they do.
Yeah, but because they're not educated. As soon as they understand, wait a minute, there's how many people work there? And so we have a much bigger onus on ourselves to make sure our legislators and senators know what the hell's going on.
I do agree.
Yeah, from your perspective.
Education is important, and it's coming, and it happens slower. You know, I think the regulators are getting in a bit late, so they haven't been listening too carefully in the first half of kind of crypto getting started. But look, BitGo's regulated in 2 different states today, coming to the federal level as well. We talk to the regulators a ton, and they're all very open to figuring this out. The other thing that's going on is we're in a global landscape. So, there's pressure competitively now among countries as to who's going to create the best regulation for these different assets. So I'm actually pretty optimistic. The rules that we have in place, a lot of them were built a long time ago. They were built for a system that doesn't have a blockchain behind it, doesn't have that public information.
Citrus Grove?
What's that?
Citrus Grove?
Sure. But, as we look forward as to how we're going to do this next, we have a whole bunch of new tools that we haven't had in the past. And I think the problems are getting figured out. So again, innovation, I think, is going to be the answer here. And I think we're going to find within a couple of years that actually we've solved problems in ways that provide more transparency to investors, provide lower risk as a result of that, still are able to do identity without just creating honeypots of information that the government collects in various places. But obviously, yeah, as Mike said, there's a ton of education here. There's too many political things where people want sound bites and other motives. But technology will win.
Are you guys hearing clients who are concerned about this, though? They say, I don't want to get in because the regulation looks unfriendly.
When the market goes down, people all blame it on regulation, right? No, but listen, it's a risk. It certainly is a risk to our markets that we get really bad regulation. It doesn't kill the enterprise, but it certainly could slow down the adoption of crypto. And so it's wildly important that we take this stone cold seriously. There was an event last week where I think it was OpenSea. There was one of the senior employees at OpenSea got caught front running all the customers. And what was brilliant about that was it was on the blockchain. It got caught, right? It wasn't caught by the SEC.
Yeah, surprise.
What?
Surprise.
Transparency works.
Transparency works. And so when I sit with politicians and regulators, the single sentence that gets me, I was like, listen, if all the banks had their balance sheets on chain, we wouldn't have the mortgage crisis in 2007, 2008, right? And quite frankly, crypto companies, some are all on chain, some are off chain, and where Gensler's fears are, and I think regulators' fears are often not necessarily in the wrong places, right? There are big companies that take in deposits from consumers that leverage their balance sheet 50, 60, 100 times. That's risky with an asset liability mismatch. And so if I was the head of the SEC, I'd be worried about those companies. I'd be worried about the consumer. My job is to worry about the consumer. And so it's not that he's a maniac, right? Our industry is not one uniform industry. We have some companies that are conservative, some that are wildly risky. It's interesting, the more that's on chain, the more that you can see it. And so they should be pushing everything on chain, and that's hard for them to get their minds around, so still.
With the few minutes we've left, we've been keeping it pretty broad and talking about institutions and what you guys do in investors and now regulation. Let's talk a little bit about DeFi. A lot of the crowd here would really like to get down the rabbit hole, and they're in multiple DAOs and they live on Discord. What is going to happen in this multi-chain future, Mike? I mean, what's going to happen with these different protocols, and especially in terms of friction reduction? You hear a lot about all the money that can be made now staking and lending, but I mean, man, the SEC doesn't like some of that, by the way. But how do you get more people into this stuff?
So let me give one quick answer. I'm going to let Mike, who is far more technical than me. 2 things fascinate me. One is, speed wins in NFL, right? In football, speed wins. It always wins. And speed kind of wins in the blockchain right now. And so people want things that operate faster and cheaper. The ethos of this thing is that it should be decentralized. And so there's this tension between what's really decentralized and what I used to call them binos, blockchains in name only, what act like a decentralized database, but really aren't decentralized enough. Well, consumers don't seem to care. It's the back of the TV. They don't really understand the back yet. And maybe they will in time. The big question is, as regulators get educated, as they really start focusing in on this, are regulators going to say, I'm not going to allow the financial infrastructure and consumer infrastructure of my country or of the world to be built on something that's not decentralized? And so I think it's a wonky question. Our research guys are doing a report right now on looking at all the different metrics, and we're going to hopefully put it out soon. But I think it's something that we will
the market will decide and you guys will decide over the next 18 months.
Mike, last thoughts? BitGo eyeing DeFi?
Look, DeFi is where we really start to replace the financial system. So we need those smart contracts working. As Mike said, I think they have to be on decentralized networks. I think the world hasn't quite figured out the difference between those two. It's a subtle difference, but as regulation and other things tie in, the value on being decentralized is going to grow. Anyway, DeFi is very, very promising. It's the most exciting thing going on.
These two guys were great. Please give a big round of applause for the mics.
Thanks.
Hey, fun, right?
All right. Thank you. Great conversation. Thank you. Thanks, bud. All right, we have wrapped up there talking a little bit about DeFi, which leads well into our next panel. And if you know about DeFi, you probably know about CDFI, however you want to pronounce that. And really, with everything happening in DeFi, there's a lot that needs to happen on the back end, a lot of things between exchanges and other institutions that are going to help power DeFi. So our next panel is going to discuss how all that actually happens.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming to the CeFi versus DeFi, or whatever we want to call this panel. Just want to open, did anyone see The Economist magazine cover last week? It's down the DeFi rabbit hole. So DeFi is on the cover of The Economist, the oldest, most prestigious business magazine. That's where we are. I highly recommend reading it, and it'll cheer you up if you get sick of the FT. Sorry, it's just a personal bugbear of mine. FT's crypto coverage, no good. But anyways, I'd like to introduce our panel. Glenn, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Glenn Barber. I work for Copper. We are a global crypto custodian, and just want to say thank you very much to Mainnet and the organizers for having us here.
Hello, my name is Juan. I am CEO of OKCoin, a global crypto platform where you come and buy and sell and exchange and use your crypto. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Great. And Hong, where did you work before you started your crypto exchange?
I spent 8 years at Goldman on Manhattan, and then later spent 3 years doing investment, growth investment.
Yeah. And Glenn, what was your former job?
I have 30 years of capital markets experience at various brokers and investment banks, Lehman Brothers, Barclays, Deutsche Bank, and have been in crypto for 3 years with Voyager Digital, FalconX, and now Copper.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. The biography is interesting, of course, but it shows where we are. We've got like two long-time Wall Street vets who are now in crypto. And remember, this used to be news 5 years ago. Someone from Wall Street came to crypto, and now that's everyone's resume, which is neat. So, but let's go into the substance of it. So we've got, DeFi, obviously, the hottest topic in finance right now, but it's not like centralized finance has gone away. So, I've heard a couple of theories. One, they're just going to kind of keep growing on, well, DeFi is going to keep growing, CeFi is going to remain over here, never will they meet. And then some people are like, no, they have to meet, they will. Glenn, what do you think? Are they going to come together, or is it just going to kind of be two different worlds for the foreseeable future?
No, I think they definitely have to come together, excuse me. This is just normal market evolution. I think that DeFi offers numerous advantages. It's scalable, there are less fees, it's much more efficient, it's global, it's borderless, it's permissionless. But like anything else, right, you need liquidity. And so there are going to be times when, in order to scale and get past a certain inflection point of user adoption, you're going to need centralization of some sort just to bring buyers and sellers together, right? And I think that all the advantages that DeFi is going to bring to various industries around the world are going to have to harness some basic capital markets philosophy that says, let's just make it easier for transactions to happen. And so therefore, there will be an intersection that will benefit DeFi from the CeFi world and allow it to just continue to grow till it does not need that anymore.
What about you, Hong? Can you ever see OKCoin kind of touching the traditional, partnering with traditional banks, or, is there going to be alliances, or what's going to happen on that front?
I personally believe in the future where DeFi will eat the world. Probably not in the current format, probably in a different format, but I think ultimately the future is where the technology will give more tools to individuals, where individuals can participate directly and speak to each other directly and realize their own value on an individual basis. I think that's the trend of the technology in our human society over the long term. But within the foreseeable, call it 5 years to 10 years maybe, there will be a parallel world where on the one hand, the traditional world will continue. It may be affected by what's going on in the crypto side. And then crypto and DeFi will continue to evolve as well with technology, with the community, with how we as participants in the industry make it more user-friendly, and at the same time try to maintain some of the benefits that it brings to the society, which is transparency, which is auditability, which is all the contract spirit being coded into on-chain algorithm, not being corrupted by any individuals or any third party. So I think that will be a long transition. That's where we, as a firm, we want to play a major role in that, either in helping the larger audience to see and embrace crypto, but at the same time also participate in the direction to move toward a long-term future where it's more individual-based.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the ideal, or everyone here probably is familiar with DeFi and its potential, what it does. But let's talk about the old world for a bit too. As a reporter, you're kind of skeptical, and I've seen before, I used to cover tech, and it was actually right here in this hotel. I remember being at a conference where the CEO of a big cable company said Netflix was a fad and would go away. And you just, sort of would not acknowledge it. We all know what happened since then. So I'm kind of curious, take me inside the mentality of the big banks, because when you're faced with disruption, you can do one of two things. You can try buy it, bring it in, co-opt it, or you can try kill it through regulation and flexing your lobbying muscle. Glenn, sounds like you've got a lot of sort of friends or ties to the old banking world. So what are they saying? Take me inside sort of their mindset. What's their playbook going to be?
Look, I think every bank is different. Every traditional financial institution is approaching it from a different way, but they're getting it, right? I think the market is advanced enough and mature enough at this point that this is a real asset class, and that they realize that this is not something that's going to go away and is not some flash in the plan, right? So depending on who you are and what you're doing, you will see people sort of use it for operational purposes, right? So you'll see people that want to see T0 settlement in the equity market, right? So it took decades for the US market to go from T3 to T2 settlement, and now people like Paxos and other infrastructure providers are saying, look, through blockchain technology, we can go to T0 same-day settlement in the stock market, just like we can in crypto. You will find people that are issuing bonds on the blockchain, because why shouldn't we have the ability to basically use an internet browser, scrape a database, and find out exactly where those bonds were originated, who issued them, who bought them, who sold them, whether they traded at par, discount, or premium, and then basically do the research and tracking to see whether or not these are attractive value propositions. And then, even for people like us on the custodial side, we have very active engagements with household names where you can go into Times Square, see their banners, and are trying to figure out, do we have the capacity to hold digital assets on our balance sheet, either for ourselves or on behalf of clients? Or do we need something that says, I want an arm's length sort of ecosystem out here where our clients are delivering fiat, we're providing the financing in dollars or euros or some other base currency, and someone like Copper or anyone else is going to do everything else. You're going to custody, you're going to trade, you're going to clear and settle, and basically deliver performance. So, kind of a long-winded way of saying that every institution, based on the research they've done, the knowledge they've gleaned, is going to do something that is most appropriately suited to their business. But I would be hard-pressed to say that people have the luxury to ignore it anymore.
Yeah, we had an interesting discussion backstage about sort of Paxos, the need for T0 settlement. I realize that's not pure DeFi, but the technology is obviously better. But both of you brought up sort of an interesting phenomenon. The kind of like ethos and worldview of the systems are different, because there's still going to be humans out there on both sides, and those humans will make mistakes. When there's a bank error now, it might take a lawsuit or mistaken transfer, but you can sort of claw the money back. But with software, what's done is done. But is that a problem? I mean, can we go over there if there's no kind of like error reversal mechanism? So like, how do you look at that, Hong? Is the world ready to do that? And can we build in some safety rails for mistaken transfers? Because look what happened with Ethereum. We had to hard fork it to fix the DAO thing. That was when Ethereum was small and that was one transaction. But if the entire financial system goes there, we can't like hard fork, the settlement mechanism every week. So how do we address that?
Yeah, I think it is, to your point, it is a change of ethos. It is a change of mental framework, because in the traditional world, we rely on the third-party intermediary to take care of things for us, right? But in crypto, where we do truly believe in everyone taking their own responsibility and taking care of own wealth, that individual responsibility and accountability is key. Everything happening on chain is having its finality. If I send some Bitcoin to my friend, even if it's a mistake, it happens. It's out there in the transaction, and that transaction can only be reversed by another transaction that my friend agreed to do separately. It cannot be, that transaction itself cannot be reversed on chain. So I think that in itself is something that's going to happen over time. It has to happen over time if we really truly move toward a fully decentralized world. At least the fundamental layer has to be centralized. I think the technology is there, the T0 settlement technology is there with the blockchain, and even in the current financial system, I think there is actually room for making that happen. Previously, in my previous life, we talk about the cross-border transaction being very costly and taking a lot of time. But when I was talking to the industry stakeholders there, their feedback is, the insider feedback is that a lot of the hurdle to making it more efficient and less time consuming is not actually in technology, but more in the fact that there are different stakeholders and there are different jurisdictions and governments in between, and that type of trust building between different participants, and also the transaction finality when there is possible error made during the process when third-party intermediaries are involved, are just not, people just cannot handle it. That's why we end up with what we have today. So I do think that there is a technology part, but then there's also how people think about their individual accountability and deal with it.
What's your thoughts on that, Glenn?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I think there has to be some kind of compromise and basically a safety valve. Just as an example, I was at a dinner last night where I literally think that everyone else in the room was smarter than I am. And this was basically a bunch of people that work on DAOs or decentralized autonomous organizations. And really what they were trying to figure out, because it was less a dinner than sort of a roundtable conversation where the mic was passed to various participants and people could ask questions and tell people what they were working on. And there was just a huge bunch of really, really smart people working on these questions, right? And it really was about governance. And you basically have software and code running all of these blockchain applications and these decentralized apps, but you had very real people worrying about what that code could represent, because while it's extremely objective and truth-based and trust-based, right, to Hong's point, there are going to be clearly erroneous things that go on. In fact, I mean, that's why we had a hard fork of the Ethereum blockchain in the first place. So the system has to account for these sort of things. And one of the interesting questions was, a gentleman from a VC firm said, when you do and make these DAOs, these decentralized autonomous organizations, how much of it is just code and how much of it is human interaction, right? And there were varying degrees of it, but I think what was apparent at this during this conversation is that people really understood that humans played an extremely significant part in this going forward, and that DeFi at its core will still have to be managed by people that take into account the variables and the different possible outcomes, whether good or bad.
But where do we have those conversations? Because I mean, it's so important and it's interesting. I mean, is this going to be deep in a Discord forum somewhere to figure out how we're going to stand this up, or?
Well, that's a great question, right? And to, I think, sort of piggyback on the last conversation between Dan and the mics, in my mind, this is where the US has to step up, right? This is where a lot of things that are sort of fantastic in people's minds are being developed right now that will become commonplace in the next 5 to 10 years when you have these decentralized autonomous organizations literally scaling and making various industries much more efficient on a global basis, right? So I think
or I hope that the US in particular doesn't want to lose that competitive advantage, will embrace these discussions and say, look, there's a lot of global planning for the new global economy happening right now. And it's literally, it's not even just in the private sector, it's literally happening at these conferences right here, at the sidebar conversations and dinners where people are getting together and saying, this is how I'm going to create technology to solve this problem. And to your point, it isn't a Discord channel, it's in a Signal chat, it's in a Telegram chat, and it's in closed door group meetings with technologists, right? And I think the industry owes it to itself to sort of find a way to expand those conversations in a much more open-based forum, which they do during Reddit and other things. But I think that our country has to find a way to invest itself and then also bring that out into the open.
Interesting. You mentioned the U.S. government. Unfortunately, it's been a pervasive topic during this conference. You know, because Hong, you set out the ideals of like, you know, trustless, you know, personal responsibility. The technology will, you know, bring us into the future. But, you know, the U.S. government is still very much present, not just the banks. And, you know, you saw they're threatening Coinbase, which is sort of the most mainstream of them all. You know, and then we've even seen like CZ, the most kind of maverick cowboy out there. He's sort of, you know, walking back from it. It's like, we have no headquarters. No, we will be there. You know, so I think that's a real risk. I mean, is that something you worry about, Hong? You know, I mean, you know, what are you going to do when they show up on your door? You can say, hey, DeFi is the future, but, you know, if you get subpoenaed, as someone did at this conference, or, you know, someone asks you to come in for deposition, or they're going to seize your property in San Francisco, you know, those centralized forces still seem to have the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we are in conversations with policymakers and regulators, and that's something that we'll continue to do. Secondly, I think that having that conversation and quote unquote your subpoena is something that we are watching very closely. I think it will be happening. It's part of the industry. When you have technology like this that is really bringing in transformative forces into the space and potentially disrupting everything, not only just financial sector, but anything else, including regulation, how we think about regulation, how we can actually, because regulation is there to help us protect those who are uninformed. How can we actually help using that code, right, to do that instead of regulation and law enforcement? I think that's something that people are trying to do with the DAO and some of the other initiatives. To a point of previously, you know, how we can actually encourage those discussions, and I think that's closely tied to our conversation around regulation and how the whole industry will evolve, because ultimately it is about encouraging entrepreneurship. It's about encouraging innovation. And there are going to be a lot of gray areas, as we have seen, for example, in the last 20 years, both in China and in US and globally, where innovation and entrepreneurship has been successful in certain areas. We see that those have been successful because regulators are taking a step back and let people innovate when things are not clear. And that has to happen. And I think we are seeing push and pull in the industry. I'm personally very positive. I think there are things, these are kind of natural things that's happening, but the industry is showing good momentum of sharing what we believe in. The community is making our voice heard, and I think that's important. And I think also in US, there are federal level regulations, and there are also state and municipality level policymakers, and that's where a lot more grassroots voice can be heard more clearly, and community is the core of crypto. The grassroots community movement is the core of crypto. So we need to actually continue to push on that front.
Yeah, again, ideally that's how it works out. The regulator conversations, you know, continue, they get more into it, you know, the communities get better at engaging with the government. But I confess, I think things might get worse before they get better. I just see conflict out there. Glenn, be honest, I mean, how's this going to play out the next couple of years?
You know, this is anybody's guess. I'll just give you a perfect example, right? So there's some people I know at this conference that are putting out a decentralized version of trading equities, right? And so how is this going to work, right? Are they going to have, you know, the wherewithal to have an onshore presence? Probably not to start, right? They're going to be offshore. And so one, how do you market make? How do you provide liquidity? How do you allow shares of Tesla, Facebook, Apple, and whatever other equities that they're going to put on the platform to trade efficiently like crypto in a 24/7 global environment, right? So that's number one. How do you put this thing together? How do you get investors and participants to really want to trade on this thing? But more importantly, to your point, right? What is the US government going to say about it? What do they have to say about it, right? This is a complete jurisdictional new area, right? That if no one touches a US dollar, for example, do they even have jurisdiction, right? What can they do to an offshore software platform that's providing liquidity ostensibly in US equities that could be even off limits to US investors, operates around the world everywhere except the US, and how do they go about saying, you know, am I going to shut down their servers? Am I going to shut down their investor base? And can I even do it in the first place? So I think there's an increasingly complex equation and a whole bunch of questions to say, you know, do countries have to band together and group together in terms of a regulatory framework that makes sense from a top-down general perspective to account for situations like this that, you know, outside of their nation state, they may want to regulate, but they literally have no ability to.
Okay, we're almost out of time. I'd just like to wrap with asking both you just take like 15 seconds or so to say what you think is like the most interesting trend in DeFi for the coming year that you're watching.
You want to go first?
We have been looking at the space, and I think, you know, for DeFi and NFT, for example, I think there's a lot of discussion around NFT. I was asked the other day about DeFi, how much financial engineering is happening on DeFi, how that is different from what we are seeing in the traditional financial world. But the thing is, I think the important part is how we are seeing the more use cases being developed on top of crypto. First, we see the monetary layer that is decentralized, which is Bitcoin. And then we see a new financial system that is decentralized, which is DeFi, that we're seeing starting from last summer. But then I think this summer we're starting to see some of those use cases, starting with NFT, starting with metaverse. We're seeing that virtual-only place where people can actually start to build a digital world, creating a digital currency within that digital world and starting to attach value to it. And I think there will be more use cases coming out of it. And the other thing is there are a lot of
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off there, but new use cases, NFTs, metaverse, interesting. Glenn, single thing you find the most interesting thing to watch in DeFi in the coming year?
In one word, the gamification of everything, right? The ability to get into an NFT universe or a metaverse and earn money, accrue value, and do so by either building something, playing something, or otherwise participating in a virtual world, right? The fact that people will earn livings doing this, the fact that people will accrue wealth doing this and transfer value doing this is just going to be incredible to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be such an interesting year. Thank you everyone for watching. Thanks to Mainnet, Ryan Selkis, who I know is leading the fight against central governments. I don't know if he's leading, but it's a neat thing to watch. So thanks very much. Please give a hand for our panelists.
All right, thank you to our panel. Next up, we're going to continue the trend of talking about infrastructure. We just talked about CDeFi and some of the ways that institutions are powering DeFi. We're going to kind of flip things a little bit in terms of infrastructure. We're going to look more so at the protocols and all the things that are powering DeFi and applications in a different way. Next panel is going to be looking at a few topics. I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation around liquidity and some of the scaling and layer 2 solutions out there. So I'm excited to have them out here, and I think it's going to be a great panel. Let them on stage.
Hi everyone, my name is Kinjal. Thanks for being here today. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about liquidity, L2s, scaling, all of the fun and interesting topics that we've got going on. Maybe if you guys could just start with intros, that would be great. And also just like the role you play in the L2 space.
Sure. Do you want me to go first?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, go for it.
Hi, I'm Arjun. I'm one of the founders of Connext.
Connext is an interoperability protocol that basically connects like different L2 ecosystems to each other within the Ethereum ecosystem. We've been working in this space since 2017, mostly focused on scalability research, when we realized that there was this like really pressing need to allow scalability solutions on Ethereum to be able to talk to each other. And as it turns out, scalability and interoperability are really kind of two sides of the same coin. So that's it's sort of like a good transition to get to, and I think that's going to be what a lot of people start talking about in the next few months.
Hey, I'm Tarun. I'm founder of a company called Gauntlet. We do risk management for DeFi protocols, both on layer 2 and the base layer. This sort of involves kind of doing analysis to figure out what interest rates should look like, or margin requirements, and things of that sort. And covering kind of risk in layer 2s is quite related to their security, so that's sort of what we focus on.
Rich Rosenblum, one of the founders of GSR. We got started in 2013 in the space. We're a trader, market maker, investor, and a lot of us came from the traditional trading side, so it's been fantastic to be in the space this long, to see the evolution and how things are moving faster and getting more efficient on the trading side. Our clients are many of the top issuers and L2s in the space, and so we've been working with them to see how we could scale the next 10 trillion of the industry.
Awesome, thank you. Maybe if we just can start high level. There's obviously a lot of conversations about L2s this year. I think it's really come into the spotlight in a way that we haven't really seen previously. How would you kind of break down the current landscape of L2s, sidechains, layer 1s, like just the entire landscape in general? What's the lay of the land right now? Anybody want? Yeah, go for it.
So I'd say this is one of the first panels where we've had a few minutes beforehand to discuss, and I think it's one of the more open-ended kind of topics, and struggled to come up with an analogy for L2s in general. But L1s, could say it's the database layer. Liken it to Ethereum being like New York City, where the data are the people, and one of the issues has become transportation, how to get the people around seamlessly. And maybe 50 years ago when the subway started, it was a fantastic solution, but as you add more people, you need more forms of transportation, where the transportation I would liken towards the L2s. So you'd have mission-focused ways like the subway, you can get north to south or maybe across the bridge. But as you get more people and more needs to move around, you need newer solutions that could get people around fast and cheaply.
I guess one thing I'd say is, the evolution of computers historically has always had this sort of cache hierarchy, and different types of compute are used for different types of purposes, specialized towards different, more memory-specific needs or more compute-specific needs. And basically what you're seeing with layer 2s is kind of the, von Neumann Harvard architecture, but applied to chains versus having a single sort of state machine for everything. And I think that realization that you kind of have to specialize the same way that computers have been specialized historically is a pretty big step. I think we'll also see a lot of hardware improvements tied to layer 2s, especially in terms of zero-knowledge proof generation. And so there's a lot of technological upgrades happening at the layer 2 space. And of course, Arjun has to know of all of them, so he probably can give a good view of them.
It's a lot of pressure. I mean, I think like something that we like kind of broadly talk about layer 2 as like this bigger ecosystem of types of things that include some things that we've historically called layer 2s, and now some other things that are not really layer 2s. They're other chains, but like we're kind of using them as scalability layers. And like I think there's two reasons for that. One is like people just really hate adopting standards. It's something that we've kind of come to learn over the course of the last few years. And I think the other reason is that, as Tarun said, there's sort of a big need to like you don't necessarily need to have the highest security set of validators validating every single thing. I think it makes sense for a lot of DeFi to exist in places where it's validated by like the biggest validator sets, things like Ethereum. But if you're building like lower value applications, doesn't really make a lot of sense to like push all of that onto Ethereum, even if you're using things like rollups. And I think that there's a lot of like really interesting space to work there, but the difficulty is just going to be like how users and application developers can get to the point where they understand that like what those trade-offs are and like what the effective security of the system that they're on is. Yeah.
How do you, I mean, on that point, if you were, a developer coming into the space or a builder, how do you imagine they're supposed to navigate like the liquidity question? Everything is kind of being fragmented across all these different solutions. Yeah, what's like the evolution of that, and what would you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good question. From the conversations that we've had with developers, like they're extremely confused. So, I think a big part of this is just going to come down to having like the right kinds of abstractions. Like one of the things that we're trying to do is like make it so that developers and users don't really need to know what chain domain they're on, ideally getting to the point where like it's easier for people to evaluate. But yeah, the reality is that like for a while it's probably going to be those of us that have been in the industry for a while advocating for what kinds of things people should be using, and like we sort of have the moral imperative to do that because it would be really easy for us to be like, no, all of these things have the same security, and people would just believe it. So yeah, it's a little bit of a tightrope walk.
Yeah, definitely.
One thing I think maybe making an analogy to traditional finance, I think of the bridges the way I think of like microwave towers versus fiber optics in high frequency trading. They're really kind of the gateway between locked, isolated places that sort of can only communicate sort of properties of their liquidity via these interconnects. I forget what the name of the movie is, but there's this recent movie about the war in like the early 2000s for the New York to Chicago link, which ended up being won by microwave towers by McKay brothers. And bridges are kind of very similar. If we look at the participants who are building bridges right now, there are technologists and then there are trading firms. And so there's a reason that from a liquidity standpoint, trading firms really care about bridge quality and also bridge latency. And so, I think part of the curse of fragmented liquidity is that you basically need a lot more arbitrage to keep prices synchronized. On the other hand, being able to run the bridge means you can do that more efficiently. And so we're seeing that sort of in these different ecosystems where some parties are kind of focusing on bridge building, some parties are focused on kind of bridge arbitrage, things like that. Something worth thinking about. And maybe as a thought experiment, imagine sort of Ethereum where every single transaction on Ethereum mainnet is just processing a layer 2. So it's just sort of sequencing like the order in which these other transactions sort of achieve finality. There is a world where Ethereum really ends up like that, where it really is just like the final metadata settlement layer. It doesn't do anything else.
I'd say one of the main issues is around interoperability. It's hard to have true interoperability as it's such a fast and rapidly evolving and growing space. So whether it's an L1 looking for an L2 or a user looking for the right L2, it's important, I think, to pick what most aligns with your needs, but as well as have a backup, since in the regulatory environment and everything is changing, it's hard to assume there's going to be continuity. So I think if you at least have something else that you can work with seamlessly, or that your project or ecosystem works with, it'll give you a bit more staying power.
I think one of the questions that I have about getting onboarded into the L2 world is just the user experience. I think it can be really confusing. I'm curious as to like, if you imagine, like you mentioned this before, Arjun, that eventually people won't know really what chain they're using, or they'll just kind of, yeah, they could be using multiple different products or multiple different chains and not even understand that what's happening kind of behind the scenes. And it's very similar to how we use the internet today, right? We don't really know what's happening in the plumbing, or at least like the average person doesn't. But it feels like we're far away from that. So I guess like what do you imagine is like the next step to get closer to that sort of reality, and like how do we get to this idea of interoperability from here, which I know is a crazy question, but what do you guys think is like the next steps?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I think something to consider is that like over the long term, what we've seen is that there are two things that seem to be prioritized within this space. Trust minimization actually matters. Like we've seen over and over again, like lots and lots of projects will like compromise on that, and then in the long-term game, they will just like lose because of it. I think like that's something that people don't really think about a lot, is like we're not building these protocols for, for them to be like extremely valuable in 5 years. We're building them so that they're around in 100 years. And that only happens when they are actually decentralized, actually trust minimized. I think the other thing that will matter a lot is like extensibility. So where can these protocols, like if you build an interoperability protocol, where can it actually go? And like, I would say like the direction that the interoperability space is going is that like we have this massive fragmentation happening because everyone and their mother is launching an interop protocol or a bridge. Most of them obviously don't really understand the like security implications of bridging in the first place, but still it's like an important data point. And I think like we're going to have to see like a certain amount of consolidation, right? Like people are going to say like, these are the models that work, these are the ones that don't work. And I don't see any situation where it doesn't work out, where people are like, okay, well, of course we're gonna go after the ones that have less trust. And that can be deployed to many, many, many chains.
I guess UX-wise, one of the kind of more annoying things right now is you have to just sign so many transactions to use bridges. The most favorable UX right now is on Cosmos, because in IBC you can sign a single transaction and move anywhere in the network. And so I think one thing that people are going to have to get used to is figuring out how to bundle atomically transactions on both sides of a bridge in a layer 2 to make sure that the user doesn't have to keep clicking yes. Like I don't think we talked about high value versus low value applications. The lower the value application, the less the user cares about, like, the less the user will tolerate having to click the button 10 times. And so I think working on solutions to that is going to actually look a little bit more like DeFi, in that we're already starting to see this, where people are making synthetic assets that have only one transaction that kind of combine and replicate doing many operations at once. And I think we're going to see a lot more UX innovation of that form, which will lead to a lot of new sort of DeFi protocols to service these synthetic assets.
Just to follow up on that, like I think that's honestly like the biggest thing that we see with our users and stuff as well, is just like, what is the pain of having to go to an actual bridge UI or to something to go across chains? Because then you have this like cognitive burden of being like, okay, I'm going across chains now. But really, like that goes away when you start integrating directly into the wallets and you start like having more control over this signing experience, so that like, I mean, I think the ideal end state is like, you're using MetaMask or something to use an application, and like you don't really even need to know what chain you're on. All you do is like when you sign the confirmation, it just has an additional line item in the receipt which says like, this is your cross-chain transaction fee in addition to your gas fee. And like, people ideally can like edit it and do more advanced things, but still it's like bundled up in a way where like you don't really need to care unless you have to, or you don't have to care unless you want to. Sorry.
It's a bit uninspiring of a view, but I think that whether it's 5 or 10 years, I think we're going to see extreme consolidation. The same way with traditional tech, you have one place you go for the search, one place you go for social media. I think that when you have a scale of billions or 10 plus billion people in 10 years, you're going to have decentralized aspects underneath, but there's going to be only a few groups that have the funding and the scale to give a really premium user experience. And today, in the same way, people say they hate a particular internet or social media company, they still use it overwhelmingly and more hours per day, despite what people say. So I think that just due to the massive global scale we'll need, I think you'll see more consolidation than people expect over the next decade.
Yeah, and Rich, I'm curious on your perspective. So you're working with a lot of the emerging L2 solutions, right, and helping with liquidity. How do you see this consolidation occurring? Is it going to be this like slow evolution of people just ultimately not being able to bootstrap, or like what does that look like in your mind?
I think it's still early in the process. I think that we're still seeing some entrepreneurs come out with great ideas that could revolutionize the space. So why I mentioned 10 years, I think 5 years out, we could still see even more projects out there than are today. There's certainly enough funding and appetite to use new solutions, but then once you go out 10, I think that's the point where we really start to have that consolidation. And whether Solana, talking about L1, Solana is the MySpace or the Facebook, I think it's still early in the process, and there's going to be groups with even bigger funding, more connectivity, and I think echo what he mentioned about the user experience. That's the part that's completely lacking. I think that users are looking at the nuts and bolts of a system, but once there's a beautiful, seamless user experience, I think that's the group that'll really take over.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We've talked a little bit about the risks, but I would love to go a little deeper on the security side of things and trust minimization and just like the trade-offs that exist today when you're thinking about L2s. What would be, could you just break down what some of those considerations are and how you would incorporate that into your decision when you're picking an L2?
Right. It's so. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows about the scalability trilemma at this stage because it's been something that's been beaten to death. Interoperability, by the way, also has a similar trilemma. You have to choose between like the extensibility of the system, the trust minimization of the system, or like the generalizability of being able to like port around generalized data. And I think it's like important to pay attention to that because even though it's been beaten to death, people don't really note that like, okay, you can't actually have blockchains that are operating at the cost that many of them are operating at, right? Like you can't physically scale global consensus that way. There are always trade-offs. So I think like I'm glad that things like Arbitrum and Optimism are live within the Ethereum ecosystem. I guess we have yet to see a lot of like layer 2 stuff outside of Ethereum, but at least it's giving people the opportunity to see what those trade-offs are in the real world. And to interact with like systems that will not necessarily have like, consensus failures because they're producing so much state. And I think that's like a really critical trade-off that developers are going to have to like take a look at soon.
I mean, I guess if we were trying to make a classification of the different types of layer 2s, and apologies to people who don't like the sidechain versus layer 2 debate, but you have sort of systems where the actual data is stored on the base layer, but the computation is done externally, so that's Arbitrum and Optimism. You have systems that are sidechains, so that's like the Blockstream LBTC type of thing that is Matic, anything like that, which relies on basically locking up capital and slashing people for sort of misappropriately validating transactions or forwarding transactions to the remote machine that's executing things. And then, of course, yes, the last thing is sort of this peer-to-peer state channel-based mechanism. So all three of them have sort of trade-offs in who actually stores the data, who actually has to lock up capital and be sort of like an insurer effectively, and also sort of who does the computation. And those three tasks so far have been divided up differently, and it really is not clear whether the kind of economic security model of the insurance style thing of like I have to stake a bunch of capital and as long as enough people kind of observe me when I do malicious behavior, the state is valid, is sufficient, or whether we actually really do need this type of thing where we have to store the data and in kind of the slowest, safest layer. A lot of bridges that people use today are really single addresses, for better or worse, and you're really trusting the developers. But, oh yeah, I did actually forget one other type of bridge, which is the Intel, sort of the secure enclave style bridge, where the validators do lock up some capital on both sides, so they can get slashed on either chain. But the actual transaction processing happens in sort of the secure enclave, so they don't exactly know what the transactions look like. A thought experiment I want to leave you with when you think about the risks of these systems is imagine if there is more extractable value than Intel's market cap in cross-chain layer 2 transactions. Will Intel destroy its business to hack SGX, its own system, which it does have microcode instructions for?
Yeah, that is a very, very good question. I think it's the same sort of key question around like a lot of the protocols that are in the ecosystem right now that are like, well, the security of our system relies on the fact that in the future, we'll be making a bunch of money from the protocol. So therefore, it's a secure protocol because in the future, it will be a secure protocol.
Supply chain attacks are very hard to price in.
Yeah, it's the chicken and the egg kind of issue, right? We will be secure because we'll have liquidity, but we need to get liquidity and
to become
secure.
It's always also really important to like remember. I mean, really like what it comes down to when you're using any bridge, when you're using any L2 system, is to just ask like who is actually verifying these transactions? Is it being like which validator set is actually the one that is taking these and agreeing that this actually happened, and how corruptible are they? So, if you go like the security maximalist perspective, like, Bitcoin, Ethereum have by far the most like economic security. So you want to have them be used to validate transactions that like are extremely high value or like a very high volume of them. And in the case of things like sidechains, you have an external validator set that is responsible for making all of this happen, and that external validator set could rug you. And in some cases, people are okay with that. Like in some cases, you might already trust the external validator set, like Binance Chain. And then in other cases, you might just not really realize that that's the case. You might not realize that like that side chain, which is operating as a chain, is really just like 3 nodes run by the same person. And that really squarely falls into the bridge, into the bridge space as well. Like a lot of interoperability protocols have the exact same kind of trade-off space where there's like a group of validators running what is effectively a multi-sig, moving value across chains. And then if that group of validators like colludes, those funds are lost. And of course, it's much more easy to bribe that group of validators than it is to bribe, Ethereum miners or Bitcoin miners.
Yeah, one other thing to consider is sort of the regulatory risk of the smaller validator set, in that it's much easier for regulators to probably regulate bridges and cross-chain transactions than it is to regulate the base layer 1s, due to the sheer amount of capital that's locked into the layer 1s versus the amount of capital that's in both the bridges and in layer 2 solutions. And a kind of another kind of comparison, again, in my mind, I always think of bridges in terms of, microwave towers, cross-exchange connects. And if you look at the microwave towers, they initially were owned by one person, but then became a consortium because regulators said you can't have one person own the bridge. So I imagine kind of something similar will happen. I mean, regulators aren't exactly the most technically savvy right now, but give them 10 years, they might catch up to where things are right now.
Could say the opposite though, and if recent history continues, the bigger players are bigger targets for regulators, so you could have a disturbance if you're using one of the largest, because they could suddenly had an interruption of service due to regulatory climate getting more strict.
I guess it's just like hard to imagine Bitcoin or Ethereum themselves being able to really be censored versus Solana, pretty easy to imagine it being censored.
Right.
Matic, pretty easy to imagine it being censored. Optimism, Arbitrum, all of these things are extremely easy to imagine being censored. Right. It's a very small number of entities that.
Yeah. I mean, we just haven't had the time yet to get to the point where like our threat model for a lot of those other systems has evolved, because we're sort of like in like, crypto peacetime right now. And I think a lot of people who have been in this space for a while have had like the experience of seeing like what can actually happen when you have like regulations, and also have like the kind of like cypherpunk ethos of like, okay, well, you have to consider who your adversaries are. Is your adversary, like what happens if your adversary is like Jeff Bezos and he could just buy your chain? Like he could just individually run enough validators to like 51% attack your chain. And like that's a really good question, right?
I think Equinix and AWS probably could very much 75% attack Solana right now. If you look at actually the IPs that validators are using, it's a very small number of data centers.
Right. And yeah, like I think it really just comes down to that resilience point, right? Like people kind of forget that like where a lot of this space came from was like the original peer-to-peer file sharing wars, where there was kind of like this peacetime period where like peer-to-peer file sharing protocols exploded, right? There were just hundreds of them, and many of them scaled really fast. Like some of them got like 80-90% market share over the course of like a few months. Like I'm thinking of things like LimeWire and like Nutella and things like that, and like all of them died. And the reason that all of them died was that none of them were actually resilient. BitTorrent was the only one that was sort of like the short kid on the block and like didn't really have a lot of adoption for a very, very long period of time. But they took the perspective of like, okay, well, we just want to make this one extremely uncensorable. We want to make sure that like there's really no centralized actors. We're not really providing any service here. It's an open network of people who are able to do transfer between each other. And once it exists, the cat's out of the bag and it can't be stopped. And that's why it still exists today. Not really sure how being acquired by Tron fits into that picture, but let's just ignore that part.
Yeah, it feels like everything that we're building today, we really need to like see it through for the next decade to truly understand where we're going to end up, because time is like the one thing we can't really factor into the equation right now. Yeah, so we'll see what kind of happens. I guess just as a last question, as we wrap things up, how, or not, maybe not how, but like what would be your preferred L2 solution today? Like if you have one, like what's your, I mean, I'm basically asking you to pick like a favorite kid, but.
Oh man.
Yeah, like.
This is the hardest for him.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, maybe not like your favorite kid, but yeah, like what's, to you, like what's the leading solution out there?
Yeah. I mean, I think like people are developing the intuition now that like ZK rollups give the best set of trade-offs. And it's and I think like most scalability solutions these days, at least in the Ethereum ecosystem, are like have like broad plans to head in that direction if they're not already heading that direction. And the reason is literally just that like running side chains means bootstrapping your own validator set. That is actually a lot of work. And maintaining it. Running an optimistic rollup means having to have this like 7-day withdrawal window and having to like post data to chain, deal with all of these other problems, which is also a lot of work. Whereas from an operational standpoint, running a ZK rollup is not as bad. Like you do have to like decentralize the sequencer and things like that, but it's not like it really gives you the best set of trust and user experience trade-offs that you can get. So I would say like we're not there yet, but when the ZK rollups do start going live, I think that's when we'll start seeing a lot of the magic happen within the ecosystem.
I think, yeah, I kind of agree. Optimistic rollups in general are kind of a crutch. But I'm a little more pessimistic on the ZK rollup side, not because they aren't kind of the best solution, but more that, from 2017 to the last cycle, funded almost all of the improvements in zero-knowledge proofs. We had this kind of Moore's law exponential improvement in zero-knowledge proving time and verification time in a bunch of different algorithms. But that's flatlined very sharply over the last year. And I don't think we're actually going to get to the scale that people want for rollups without building custom hardware and ASICs.
Right.
And there's very little investment in that right now. And so I think I would put the ZK time scale at the 5 to 10 year time scale, not at the 2 to 3 year, in spite of kind of people raising a lot of money for the software side of things, because we have kind of hit some fundamental limits. But in terms of something, I think today that you should try is definitely, I was shocked at how nice the Cosmos experience is right now. Kind of amazing.
Yeah, Cosmos is very, very cool.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for taking the time today. I think we're at time. Yeah, great conversation, and thank you all for listening.
Thanks, guys. All right, just a couple more. How's everyone feeling today? You, that's that day 3 energy. Take this one? Okay. All right. Well, it's been a fun conference. We're going to keep the show rolling right along. We've talked a lot about scaling and a lot of technical conversations around scaling. We talked about updates in the different ecosystems. But thematically, I want to get a little bit more specific with this next session with Mark Olszewski from Celo. We're going to talk about building for the next billion and what a mobile-first Web3 world looks like. So welcome, Mark, to the stage. How's it going, man? Minor topic. Yeah. Bringing 1 billion people into crypto. Why don't we first start out just by explaining Celo and kind of the unique approach that you've taken to mobile first, because it is very different from most of the other projects that we've heard from over the last couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you guys hear me? Maybe, maybe not. Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Yes, I think Celo is unique in that, number one, it really is focused on mobile and really focused on usability. If you think about it, there's, if you think about how do we realistically get to this kind of next billion set of users on crypto, that is a staggering number. I think MetaMask has something like 5 million monthly active users right now. It's a really great product, and it's really gotten us to where we are now. But it's hard to imagine that that will get us to 1 billion users. And so our belief, our bet, is really that mobile is the way to go. There's something like 2 billion PCs in the world right now. Many of those are servers. Meanwhile, there's 8 billion mobile devices in the world, 6 billion of which are smartphones. It's very clear that smartphones are the way to go. And so everything we've done in Celo is thinking about how can we create really amazing experiences for these 6 billion smartphones that have active mobile subscriptions in the world today. And so that means consensus, right? We need a consensus protocol that has a like client protocol that can actually realistically work on a mobile device. There's no chain really out there other than Celo that you can realistically sync with the network in a fully peer-to-peer manner, in a fully censorship-resistant, surveillance-resistant manner, everything that we love about crypto. There's no chain out there that works in this way. If you try to do this on Ethereum, you're going to have to download, I think, 8 gigs worth of headers. No one's doing that. Everyone's using full nodes that are trusted in the back end. And so with Celo, we built a consensus protocol. It's a proof-of-stake consensus protocol that has a zk-snark-based like client that allows you to sync with the chain near instantly in a fully P2P, fully decentralized manner. And so that's the first thing that I think Celo does that's pretty unique. The second thing is about usability, right? I think billions of users, public key-derived addresses, they're probably too intimidating for that number of users. I don't know about you, but every time you copy-paste one of these things, your heart kind of skips a beat, especially if you're making a bigger transaction. Everyone's always doing test transfers. It's just really, really intimidating, even for us, right? So how is this going to work for everyone? We need better identifiers. And so I think ENS and these kind of things are interesting, but unless you, actually put your name on there and kind of give up even more privacy, then I think we need something better. And so we really believe in phone numbers as identifiers. And so Celo has a decentralized phone verification protocol that allows you to effectively, in an encrypted manner, map your phone number to your wallet address, which allows you to then subsequently receive payments to your phone number. And that's really great from a usability perspective because people have each other's phone numbers in their mobile devices and contact lists. And so you have this incredibly big social network that we can bootstrap off of that WhatsApp and others have really tapped into very effectively that allow you to transact just really, really easily. And then, I think tangential to this, if you're sending tokens around on many platforms today, you have to pay for those transaction fees with with another currency, right? On Ethereum, if you send USDC, you have to pay for that with ETH. That's again fine for you and I, but for the next billion users, it's probably going to be too intimidating. And so on Celo, you can pay for gas with tokens. Celo is fully EVM compatible, and so you can pay for gas with ERC20 tokens. And that just makes it way, way more usable. And so, yeah, I think it's all about mobile. It's all about usability.
So if your phone number is ported or your phone is stolen or you lose your phone, do you lose your bank too?
No, so that's, I think, a really common and important question. Phone numbers get stolen all the time. It would be definitely risky to tie the funds themselves to your phone number. And so instead what we do is we allow you to optionally, and this is opt-in only, map your phone number to your wallet or alternatively also to a public key that you can use to securely communicate as well. And so your funds are never actually secured by your phone number. Instead, your phone number kind of works as a pointer that points to your wallet. And so even if someone steals your phone, unless they actually steal your private key, they do not have access to your funds. And that's obviously really important.
What do you think is realistically holding us back from going from 5 million MetaMask accounts to 1 billion users? Is it all about the gas fees? That certainly prices, a number of use cases and users out. But what are some of the building blocks that you all have focused on and that you think are generally necessary to 100, 200x the growth of crypto worldwide?
Yeah, so I mean, gas fees certainly are a huge factor. And we're seeing a proliferation of chains, and I think that's certainly helping address the issue. We're also seeing a lot of great innovation around scalability and sharding and a whole slew of other things. I think all of these things together will certainly help. At Celo, it's not lost on us that to service billions of people, you need a very, very, very scalable chain. And we've already been investing heavily in that. But we also yesterday announced something pretty exciting. Yesterday, Miston Labs, which is a new company formed by some really premier researchers from kind of distributed systems researchers, cryptography researchers, programming languages researchers, who previously worked on the DM blockchain. They just started a company, and they just went into a kind of strategic partnership with the Celo Foundation to kind of join the Celo community. And they're going to be working, applying, and doing new research on exactly this problem. And so they've, in the past, done some really great things around kind of disentangling consensus from transaction ordering. If you think about it, maybe this is a little too technical, but in a traditional blockchain, you have to first broadcast and gossip everyone's transactions to everyone, and then you have to do the same with blocks that get finalized either through mining or through proof of stake consensus. That means that your transactions effectively have to be communicated amongst every node twice. And that's a real kind of scalability bottleneck. It's something that is needless. And so they've done some really interesting research creating these DAG-based mempools that effectively eliminate this using a protocol called Narwhal, named after kind of the dolphin with the tusk. And so it's a really interesting idea. And they've paired it with kind of a new consensus engine called Tusk. And they're going to be applying this kind of work to the Celo blockchain. And so we're committed to make Celo kind of the fastest EVM compatible chain out there. And they're working really hard to, as of kind of yesterday, to make that happen.
Yeah, I think a lot of the scalability challenge is still social scalability. So you want to talk a little about DeFi for the people?
Yeah. And this is something that now I think this summer we've seen a little bit of Again, we're really focused on mobile, really focused on bringing financial infrastructure, bringing DeFi to as many people as possible on mobile phones globally. To do that, certainly we need usability, we need wallets, we need great DeFi products that are thinking with a mobile-first mindset. But you also need liquidity, right? I think if you want to be able to trade with low slippage, if you want to have more options for what you can borrow and lend, you need liquidity. And so DeFi for the People is a $100 million program really focused on this kind of mobile-first DeFi use case that's bringing liquidity into the Celo ecosystem and effectively creating more utility in DeFi on Celo so that people can access it on mobile devices.
What are some of the goals in the next 6 to 12 months with that particular initiative?
Yeah. So, I mean, it really is to build a very robust and kind of healthy mobile DeFi ecosystem on Celo. Already, I think I checked today, Celo's ranked top 10 on DeFi Llama in terms of TVL on the chain. There's just under $1 billion worth of TVL currently on the platform, and so that's already really great. That's it's only about a month into the program, and this is without kind of Sushi launching its incentives, without Curve launching its incentives, and without Aave launching its incentives. And so all those things are coming. It's going to be really exciting. I don't think we have kind of a certain TVL number that we're targeting. I think certainly we know that liquidity is important, but we also really care about those mobile experiences. We really want people to be building really, really great mobile DeFi experiences. I think Web 2 has kind of figured this out 10 years ago. There was this kind of big push. I think there was this Googler called Luke Wróblewski that really advocated for this. He really wanted everyone in the Web 2 world to think about building web applications and mobile applications before even thinking about the desktop variants of a particular product. And somewhat counterintuitively, if you do this, you can actually build a better desktop product in the end. It really helps you focus on what's important. It really helps you build with low bandwidth, with kind of all of the constraints that mobile devices have. And when you scale that up to a desktop experience, you end up getting to a better experience. And so we really want DeFi products on Celo kind of doing the same. Already Mula, which is a lending marketplace on Celo, they launched a mobile experience first. And I think last week they finally launched a desktop experience. And so I think this is really the way that the whole Web3 community should start thinking. Web 2 has figured this out 10 years ago, and it's a little ironic that kind of Web 3, which should be really leading the Web 2 world, is kind of behind in this way. I think we really, really need to start building dApps in a fully mobile-first manner.
You called out the MetaMask 5 million user number, so maybe I'll be more specific. What's the target, and what do you think within the next 6 to 12 months some of these new initiatives will help unlock for Celo?
Yeah. So I think on Celo there's about 1.2 million active addresses. Obviously, it's hard to kind of estimate how many users that is, but certainly it's just a drop in the bucket for where we need to go. I think Valora, which is kind of the de facto mobile wallet on the platform, has around 250,000 wallets that are funded. And so, our goal is really to grow these numbers to, tens, if not hundreds of millions of users. And, that might seem relatively far-fetched, but, Valora only launched earlier this year, and, the growth has been just staggering. And when you build for devices that are ubiquitous, and when you tap into kind of these social networks that exist with people's contact lists on people's phones, that kind of growth is actually feasible.
We've got a few minutes left here. I know I want to talk about optics. Can you explain optics and why it's important for the future of the project?
Yeah, it's no question we're in a multi-chain world. Now there's countless EVM-compatible chains and non-EVM chains out there that I think people are getting more and more excited about. Multi-chain is definitely the future, and we're seeing dApps building across all of these different chains and reaching more users through doing so. But that creates a lot of complexity. I think certainly it creates challenges on programmability, on user experiences, and a whole slew of different things. And so you're going to need really great primitives that allow you to communicate across these different chains. And I think to Cosmos's credit, they have IBC. I think it's really compelling and interesting. But we don't really have anything like IBC in the kind of non-Cosmos world. And so Optics really aims to be kind of the IBC of the EVM-compatible world and possibly beyond. And it does so through a pretty interesting trust-minimized, incentivized protocol that doesn't require you to verify block headers in other people's chains, but is significantly more trust minimized than something like a multi-sig based bridge. And it has a really elegant, I would say, programming API. You can build these things called zaps on top of Optics. And it allows you to not just send tokens over these communication channels, but also arbitrary messages. And so if you're building a dApp and you're deploying it on, I don't know, 10 different chains, but you want to do governance on a single chain, you're going to probably want an easy way to communicate those governance decisions to all of the different chains. And so Optics is aiming to be a really good way of doing that. We just launched it. It's on Polygon, Ethereum, and Celo right now. Already Pooled Together has started working on using it for their governance communications for their Celo and Polygon and Ethereum instances. I think increasingly it's going to be a really great option as we kind of roll it out to all EVM-compatible chains to send messages. And so, yeah, definitely check it out. It's the brainchild of James Presswich, Mr. Best Hair in Ethereum. It's a really, really great design, and I highly recommend you check it out.
Just from a bandwidth perspective, you are going to have some concentration of developer activity, of user activity around some core blockchains. Over time, how much concentration do you think there will be? Is it going to be 5 to 10 different blockchains that make slightly different design decisions? You're mobile first. Solana is more geared towards traders. You mentioned IBC and the Cosmos ecosystem. Interoperability and building bridges between them, I think, is important. But realistically, how many bridges need to be built, and how concentrated is that ecosystem of layer 1 chains and layer 2 chains going to be, in your opinion?
Yeah, it's a fascinating question, and I think one that a lot of people have different opinions on. I think there's kind of folks who are in the camp that composability is king, and synchronous communication is going to be just what people want because it's arguably a little easier for programmability. And then you have the folks arguing that tools will get better. You're going to have one chain for each application eventually, and everything will be asynchronous amongst them, similar to kind of the web kind of 2.0 world that people have to develop against today. I think I'm definitely leaning more on the multi-chain world. I think already this year we're seeing just so much excitement in so many more chains, and I think people probably were assuming would be big this year, last year, and I think that will continue. But I think you do need to make things compatible from a programmability perspective, right? I think Solidity, really is, possibly the JavaScript of the future. I think there's a lot of really interesting innovation happening in programming languages, and I'm very excited for them. But I think you still ultimately have to support Solidity because I think that's what the developers are primarily using today.
Lightning round question with 1 minute left. Let's try to make this a little bit more tangible for everybody. What's your favorite application that's been built so far on Celo that might be unique to Celo based on your design considerations?
Great question. So we have all the usual lending markets and decentralized exchanges and everything that you'd expect. But there is this one application, one dApp called Impact Market, which is, they basically fundraise multi-millions of dollars, and they're now dispersing those funds in 50-cent a day increments to tens of thousands of people around the world. It's really exciting. They have a heat map on their website. If you go to impactmarket.com, you can see where all the activity is. A lot of places like Brazil, Venezuela, Nigeria, Ghana, just throughout the entire world. And what we're seeing now is that people take those funds and they start really transacting, using them as a form of electronic payments in all of these different markets. And you see people buying groceries, people using it like we use Venmo or Cash App here in the US today. And so that's just really, really exciting for me to see. That's totally unique. And something that you haven't seen before. Elsewhere, they've also been able to do so with kind of orders of magnitude less overhead than something like Give Directly, which was kind of frequently cited as the leader in kind of the cash transfer space. And it's thanks to crypto that they're able to cut costs so much and operate globally and just with so much efficiency. And so it's just really heartwarming to see.
More of those. For sure,
yeah.
As we get to the next billion. Well, Mark, thank you so much for joining us today and for a good conversation. We're going to keep moving right along.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, speaking of the next billion users, India has 1.3 billion people. And we have some of the most exciting Indian entrepreneurs and thinkers and investors in the world that are going to be joining for this next panel. Aisha from Ledger Prime is going to moderate the discussion with Balaji Srinivasan Sandeep from Polygon and Somay from Instadap. So this is going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to it. With that, Aisha, take it away. Welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Keep your phone.
30 here.
Oh, hello. Well, welcome everyone. We have a very exciting discussion ahead of us today. I'm Aisha Kiani. I work with Ledger Prime. We're a quantitative hedge fund, primarily leading markets on derivatives, but since 2020, we've been very active in the DeFi space, and we have a lot of our very great portfolio companies.
Happy with the session?
So that's why this topic is very near and dear to us. I'm going to open up for the introductions.
Oh my God. Well,
technical error, I guess, Sandeep.
Yeah. So hi everyone, I'm Sandeep.
I started like really feeling.
I think somebody's mic is on.
Ryan, your mic is still on. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I am Sandeep. I am one of the co-founders at Polygon, and at Polygon I look at the business side of things. That means that anything that is not related to the product development. But I also come from a technical background and I've been in Indian ecosystem like right from the start, and been doing like huge number of hackathons in India. And when we started in 2017, it was like we had hardly few developers in India in blockchain space. But today I think I see a huge number of teams hiring from India and all that. So I think the ecosystem has grown a lot. So yeah, I'm very excited to talk about it all.
Balaji?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm Balaji Srinivasan, former CTO of Coinbase and former GP at Anderson, and I tweet and invest and write in the space. That's me.
Somay?
Yeah, hi. Somay this side.
I'm one of the co-founder at Instadep. We are building some of the key elements in DeFi infrastructure, mainly on Ethereum, and looking forward to this panel.
Great. I'm going to dive right into the metaverse, right? Like pandemic gave it a boost. Here we are, you both are virtual. So how is the internet bridging the gap in terms of opportunities for individuals, for markets like in India? Like I mentioned, we've actively been investing in India, so there's no geographical distances anymore. What are your thoughts on that? Sandeep, would you like to?
Yeah, I think that's pretty true. And, one of my concerns, because when we were raising back in 2017, it was really, really hard for us to, raise funds and, speak to the investors, speak to the stakeholders of the industry and all that. And, I used to think at that point in time that, okay, I'm going to, whenever, Polygon, or that time we were called Matic Network, whenever it goes big, I'm going to, personally help Indian, entrepreneurs to get that. And, it was really, really difficult. But good thing is that now, because of course, what crypto offers, that, borderless payments and all that, and, Indian entrepreneurs are setting up, entities outside, and then they can raise funds from crypto VCs all across the world. So, in the crypto space in India, it feels like, and especially now we have examples like Instadap, and Polygon is also there, and multiple projects doing good at a global stage from India. So I think now the funding and these things have become much more easier for Indian entrepreneurs, and yeah, I think the crypto's borderless nature has played a big role in that. So yeah.
Balaji, would you like to add?
Yeah, so the way I kind of think about it is you go from a physical piece of paper to a scanner to a natively digital document. And you go from in-person meetings to Zoom, which is sort of like a scanner of the offline world, to natively digital meetings, which would be like a metaverse or VR meetup, where all four of us would effectively be VR avatars. It wouldn't be like in-person versus remote. It would all be, fully VR. And I think that over this decade, that's going to become the preferred, because you could have a big auditorium in VR. You could have people there. You could see, if you wanted to, various on-chain things kind of visible there. People come in their suits of armor or what have you. And I think that is actually going to flip over as the primary form of meeting. For example, every conversation could be real-time translated. You could have search or something running in the background to show images corresponding to what the person was saying. The entire experience, I think, will be more whiz-bang than what you can do in the physical world. So I think we're in a transitional stage now before we sort of cut over to that fully.
Somebody, would you like to add?
Yeah, I think Sandeep and Balaji already covered, but just to add one thing, the addresses that we are using to manage this crypto native applications, these are embedded in the internet through by default. So this helps us, any developers or any new entrepreneurs who want to get started into this world, they can easily get started from day one without any previous setup or going through any bureaucratic process, and as Sandeep mentioned, can raise funds globally and get started on developing on what they're trying to do. So that's inbuilt system that crypto provides through the internet is something opening up the barrier, closing up the barriers that previously entrepreneurs have.
Yeah, and one more thing I want to add on that is that on the customer front also, that now, especially I'm talking about Indian entrepreneurs' perspective, that now Indian entrepreneurs, which in my belief are absolutely top class. I interact with so many Indian entrepreneurs, during my work at Polygon, and what I feel is that now those entrepreneurs have this global clientele to cater to, right? And I always keep saying that in this blockchain space, when we are moving, last 3 years has been infrastructure era, only in the last year, the dApps, especially DeFi and NFTs have caught up, but before that it was all about infra, right? And now we are moving from slowly, still moving from infra to DApp era, like where this NFT, DeFi, everything is coming up. And I think, in terms of the scalability, by and large, the industry is ready for next, 1 to 10 million users or something, right? I mean, we still need to do a lot of work on infra to go to 100 million, be ready for 100 million users. But maybe, 10 million users the industry can take now. And in that DApp era, I think, Indian entrepreneurs and Indian developers will have a very big role to play. And, they will get prominence on that because now they have this global audience, global customer base to cater to, building from India. So I'm very, very, very optimistic about that.
I actually, so given that we're in metaverse, right? Anyone can raise capital from anywhere. We have seen anonymous founders floating around. We don't know where is the coming from. Balaji, I know you've been talking a lot about pseudonymous identities and, people having multiple of them. Wanted to get your thoughts on it and, Sandeep's and Saume's too. Do you think that the more it gets built on, we could face regulatory hurdles? Frankly speaking, I can barely manage my own one identity, so managing like multiple is like a task itself. But yeah, wanted to get the conversation on pseudonymous identities.
Yeah, so I gave a talk a while back on the pseudonymous economy in 2019 where I postulated a few things that would be developed, and I think things have moved even faster over the last couple of years than I had expected. For example, you can use AI to change your voice or face in real time online. Decentralized social networks are now there, at least in embryo, and many other things that would have been sort of prerequisites are starting to really snap into place. Plus, the thing about pseudonymity, why it's particularly interesting, I think, for India and more generally the global South that has just gotten online, is that pseudonymity prevents both discrimination and cancellation. So if you have an accent, or if you're ESL, English is a second language, or if you're really young, or if you just don't look like you're from central casting for whatever that might be, doesn't matter. People can only judge you on your work relevant stuff. And this also prevents people from going after your personal life. If you post something online, you can kind of separate out your earning name, your speaking name, and your real name. And even the term real name, one can argue is actually a stolen base in the sense of it presumes a certain thing that every other name is a fake name and that's your real name. A better name might be your legal name or your state assigned name or your global identifier, because it's something that hooks together everything else, as opposed to a local identifier where you sign up on Reddit or Pinterest or whatever, call me Ishmael, you just come up with whatever name you want on that forum. And that's actually, in a very important sense, pseudonymity is decentralization. It's another component of it. Rather than a centralized state name, you have a decentralized name that you choose to use in this particular forum. And with tools like ENS, with crypto identity, you can use that name in one place, or you can bridge it across services, but you have some degree of control over how much of your identity is exposed at any one time. And it's really like a security surface, like an attack surface. I think we're going to realize that over the last 30 years, what we just did is we put the whole world unencrypted online. And, so the kinds of things that, people were concerned about in the 90s and early 2000s, are there going to be stalkers and so on? Actually, yes. Actually, there are like crazy people out there, and it's kind of like humans aren't built for everybody being able to look at everybody all the time. We've kind of made the panopticon real. And I think pseudonymity and encryption and other things kind of restore some sense of privacy and shade in the sense of, Jane Jacobs to the internet. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that.
Yeah, I mean, and from my side, I think definitely this pseudo-anonymity and using anon accounts and all that is the activity is going, and I'm more interested in is the impact of this pseudo-anonymous identities on how we do business, right? And for that, identity is something that you own, but other people use it, right? Your identity, your name is used by others, right? So the thing is that for the identity, I've been also thinking about it a lot, and how whether people for example DeFi co-founders, whether people trust DeFi protocols built by anonymous founders and all that. And what I was thinking is that we are coming, like as human beings, we are coming or building up from a huge like evolutionary cycle where, for like hundreds of thousands of years, we have, we kind of, our brains actually trust things which we see, which we, kind of interact with and all that. And the other part is like, so that's where we are coming from, and it is going to play a good amount of role in how much we trust someone, for at least some time. Like, I don't know how that time is, how much that time is, because I feel that these days the generations kind of change in 6 or 7 years. Like, for example, my younger brother, like 8 years younger than me, I don't know, what kind of like apps he interacts and what kind of like thought process and whatnot. So, what I feel is that, but for few, like maybe, and I don't think that it is like the pseudo-anonymity is going to take over the world, like, in a very, very fast manner. Maybe it will happen. I mean, that's my opinion, that maybe in a decade or maybe 15 years or whatever, when pseudo-anonymity can become the de facto standard. But then, but I definitely feel that in order to garner trust, you can definitely create online identities which have like, proven trust, across time. We have a lot of, like, for example, DeFi developers who are like only anonymous, and what they have done and the kind of protocols they have built, people trust on that. So definitely, like, you can build trust around pseudo-anonymity, which others can use to, do business with you. But I still feel that, this personal, interaction and all that is built into our evolutionary, mindset, and it will take some time to, fully evolve into where we can completely, start trusting and making pseudo-anonymous identities as our mainstay to do businesses. I'm talking about like general business. I'm not talking about like big influencers, but how, individuals interact with each other and do business.
Sami, would you like to add to that? And then I have a follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, in traditional finance, it was impossible to like build a pseudo, name or identity, because you have to do KYC and go through multiple process. But what this new platform or DeFi or blockchain providers like build a very verifiable like identity online, which can be like leveraged for your projects, or you can. It will surely take some time, but new platform does provide a way where you can like build that kind of identity. That does have its own drawbacks. Like now people are only depending, if you're socially not liable to do something, then we also seeing like many projects where we had like the initial founder like rug pull the whole protocol and stuff, because they don't have any social identity tied up anywhere. So. But the overall benefit from this, like my Twitter feeds are mostly around pseudo tweets, tweets from pseudo people. The ratio is growing day by day. So yeah, that's it.
So my quick question is, because this is, a panel on India and India's tremendous growth over the years, then how is India's government going to play a part in it? Do you think it's well equipped to move ahead with time, or do you think like any other government, like even add American to it right now, would cause many hindrances?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that Indian government is going to remain defensive for quite some time on this, because we are coming from a background of like 60, 70 years of a, inefficient system which has corruption and all that. And, only in the last like 2 decades, Indian governments have, tried to put a lot of emphasis on, IT related systems and all that, and bringing things to the book. Like, I mean, there is a popular saying in India that, like we say that Indian economy is like, $3 trillion, $2 trillion, or whatever it is, right? And like the saying is that almost like 50 to 100% of that economy exists in black markets, which doesn't even come to the books, right? I mean, real estate market, for example, I don't think like even 20-30% of that market even now comes on the books. It happens off, in cash and all that. So, I mean, they are coming from that last 70 years of this inefficient system to, IT systems and having some level of control, bringing things to the books. And then moment you introduce crypto and these anonymous accounts, and boom, everything, last 20 years, 30 years of work goes for a toss. So I don't think that they are going to be very open-minded in short run. And that's why, like, I feel the step-by-step regulation, like some favorable regulation, which I've heard that is coming, like making or kind of declaring crypto as commodities, and maybe NFTs, like even my opinion were taken in some of the things, and I said that NFTs are like basically how you kind of buy or hold real world assets. So things like this. So if let's say a kind of a favorable law comes, which still makes your life hard by doing KYC and all that, but still like does not outright bans thing, it is like very, very, very good for us. And then but our government is going to take like very, very small steps and then only reach there. But I think as we all said, that in this metaverse, like these borders and a lot of these things don't really matter. You can set up a entity if you have to at all, like otherwise DAOs are going to completely disrupt it. So you can simply set up a DAO, raise funds over there and then do everything on chain, online. So it is going to be very, very hard. Like whenever I interact with government officials, my only statement to them is that first of all, you have to realize that genie is out of the bottle and you have to deal with it. Like there is no way. You have to kind of join it, right? And but for the government side of things, I think they are going to take only small steps. I don't expect radical changes from Indian government, because being such a large country and coming from that background and so much like 1.5 billion retail to protect, billion people to protect, I don't think they're going to take very radical steps and becoming like very open to crypto in very short amount of time.
Would you guys like to add, Balaji?
Yeah, well, I think that, I'm bullish on Indians and Indian founders. I am cautiously optimistic on, India as a whole, as a country, and the Indian government, because I think that there are actually some forces which may push them, in sort of a good direction. Namely, a big one is that because the U.S. and China are turning their tech companies into instruments of global deplatforming and surveillance and unbanking, with basically quasi-nationalization in China and all the antitrust stuff in the US, which will take some time, but will eventually terminate in the NSA and the FBI getting all the backdoors they want into Google and Facebook, et cetera. That'll be part of any settlement. Almost certainly the national security state will get what it wants. It's not purely an economic thing. So when that happens, you've got something where what we've seen in terms of one-off deplatforming then just becomes a routine tool of policy, just like bailouts in 2008, which were exceptional and aberrant and oh my God, a one-off, have become a routine tool of policy that don't even rate huge headlines anymore. It's $1 trillion, how many trillions of dollars are printed? And so the point being that India, in order to maintain sovereign communication and transaction channels without being deplatformed by American tech companies or Chinese tech companies, is probably going to need to embrace decentralized protocols as a national security issue, such that its politicians, such that its banks, such that its people are not being able to just summarily be thrown off the internet by some people in Palo Alto or Beijing or what have you. And I think that is actually a long-term driver that I think will push not just India, but every other country that's not the US or China into the decentralization camp. And then it'll also push a lot of US states and cities and so on into that camp. And then we'll see what happens with China.
Sabi, would you like to add?
I think Sandeep and Balaji already added a lot. So we can move forward.
So I wanted to move on to the next important point, which is something that we often get as a fund, right? Like trust barriers. We think that even throughout, like in traditional tech or in traditional finance, a lot of unicorns have come out of India. There's no doubt about it, given how large the economy, how large the country is. But even on the crypto side, we often get asked, but how can you trust? How can you trust? We have an answer to that because we do our extensive due diligence. One of our team members is based out of India. And then, we're a hedge fund first, so we believe in taking risk first more than anything. In order for the economy to grow as an overall, what do you think the founders need to do on the trust barrier side? Like, given that we're going, pseudonymous identities, we're going the DAO models, what else the founders can do?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with that. So first, go with the basic principle of blockchains, like don't trust, verify. So, check their code, what they have built, check their product. But I completely understand what you are saying, like, because we also face the same thing, that, the Western investors, don't have that level of trust on, like, not only Indian, I think like it will be applicable to any non-Western, kind of economy. And I think what a very kind of big role is played by what kind of co-founder, what kind of like, like flag-bearing projects are coming from that, location. And I feel that, like when like Polygon started doing a bit well, then, people started thinking that, okay, there can be decent projects can come out of it. And then, projects like Instadab, Juno Bank, and there are like multiple such protocols like now who are doing very well on this, in the crypto space. And I think now I already see a lot of investors want to invest in Indian companies. And then for all this kind of like reference checking and all that, like now we have, people like, Soumya, me, and there are so many people like, whom they can reach out to and verify whether a particular team is legit or not. The other part is that I also feel, and which I am like very now bullish about, is that a lot of entrepreneurial elite of India is coming into it. Like when I say that, I mean that, people from the top-notch like engineering colleges of India, people from the top-notch business schools of India, and people who have actually done and kind of done things on the traditional startup space, have exited companies, and now they are looking to do something in crypto. And I think that also again like comes from because they saw some success stories, like like Polygon also got a lot of coverage in our mainstream media. So definitely it becomes kind of an aspiration, and they can easily see that this is like a big opportunity for this fledgling space yet. So I think like already a lot of good like entrepreneurial elite is coming in, and then now you have like a lot of flag bearing projects and all that. And from the funds perspective, like I think those are like some of the good things to look at. And plus now you have a large ecosystem where you have like some trusted people from where to to whom you can get like more references and whatnot. But again, like, in the blockchain space, don't trust, verify, check their code, what they have built, how many users they have on chain. And yeah, like then you can.
Would you guys like to add something, Balaji?
Yeah, so when we started like Instadap initially, the trust building part was very tricky for us. Like when we just started out, and we went to like through like as you know, like the Instadap came out of the hackathon project. So that trust building part or networking part happened through meeting people back to back in different events, going checking out the events, and there was also like many events like New York and San Francisco that we had attended and meet and build this crypto network among ourselves while we are coding or building stuff remotely somewhere in India. So at that time, it was a bit problematic process, but I think today, as we are seeing like a whole different horizon are like developing in this whole blockchain ecosystem. It's no more like a protocol or a single blockchain thing. Multi-chain world is coming up. There's DAO, which are like an on-chain organization, which helps you like coordinate between different people in building or achieving a mission in like this global ecosystem. So the things are, or the building blocks are building up where you can actually verify stuff. The toolings are very improving. The infrastructure around them are also, in a way, like the trust development is again more easier. You can now easily read smart contracts through website. There are many libraries to like even have a quick check. So to many things that our developers are building, and the overall community is also growing, which also helps you like to verify like how the community around this project or this team lead or is going ahead. So overall things are improving, and I think this will continue to happen and in a more compounding way.
Balaji, would you like to add?
Nothing to add there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to ask Balaji one question, like, on this, identity things that, Balaji, like, for example, now these in-person events have opened up and all that. And in the last 1.5 years, we saw a lot of like, these pseudo-anonymous founders doing DeFi protocols and all that. But with this, like economies opening up, like definitely, COVID gave a big boost to this metaverse theory and, like having everything online. But then now I'm already seeing that when these events are opening up and everything, that more and more investors are again going back to in-person meetings, and they want to, because, there is, as I was just saying that, because there's an evolutionary baggage of ours to, interact and meet and, then trust people. So how do you see this playing out over the next decade or so?
It's a great question. And I think the short answer is that if you're familiar with the concept of hysteresis from physics, sometimes you can apply a stimulus or a force and, for example, magnetize something, and then you've removed that, there's a degree of magnetization or polarization that remains. Yeah. And so even if the force of COVID was removed, there's now a subculture, at least some percentage of people who just prefer full remote for everything. And that is now seen as a legitimate preference to do that. People will sort of nod their head and be like, okay, fine, we'll do it that way, right? And that's a critical thing where enough of the world was switched over to that it's no longer considered an absolute must or very rude if you don't go in person for a big meeting. People say, okay, fine, I understand, let's do it remote. And so that's a permanent shift, I think. And I think it's also permanent because there's going to be, this will sound a little depressing and I don't mean it to be, but no one was prepared for 10 years or 20 years of Iraq, and no one's prepared for 10 years of COVID. And what I mean by that is just variants will keep coming up, and there's people are like newly health conscious now. So I think it's not long before we start seeing dashboards for other kinds of contagious illnesses. People are doing more glucose monitoring, more health stuff. You're actually able to spend more time with your family and doing exercise and whatnot when you're not traveling as much, when you're not getting on a plane. And so I think that while it's a different set of trade-offs, I do believe the remote world is here to stay. Even if there's some springing back from the forced 100% remote, it swings back to X% plus 1 minus X%. That X% doesn't go away. And in fact, I think that actually sort of becomes the future over time. But we figure out different affordances, whether that's Zuck's new VR, AR glasses, so you can walk outside rather than being online indoors all the time, whether that's like better voice stuff, whether that's like immersive, like AR rooms where you get like an AR office, lots of possibilities. I don't know what all the answers are going to be, but I do think that remote is definitely here to stay.
Well, thank you so much. I only have 17 seconds. I had actually one last question, if you guys can answer in one word. Do you think we have the infrastructure and dev tooling in place if we were to go all remote again tomorrow, aside from Zoom and aside from the mentality that we've acquired by now?
I think yes.
Yes. Sandeep, Some, Balaji?
Affirmative.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Okay, moving right on. This is one of the sessions that we're looking forward to the most. One of the big themes of the year, Layer 2 scalability. And we have some of the best entrepreneurs and project leads in the world that are going to talk with Wilson from our team about the big four L2s, and we're also going to make this interactive. So try to make this a little bit more of an AMA to demystify some of the specifics around their Layer 2 implementations. We've got Eli from Starkware, we've got Ed from Off-Chain Labs, Ben from Optimism, and Sandeep once again from Polygon. So welcome back to the stage. Wilson, take it away.
Hold on, we'll get a seat. We'll get you mic'd up. All right. So yeah, Alex is going to join us shortly. Yeah, welcome. We're going to talk about what is possibly one of the most important topics lately is, so how do we scale Ethereum?
and really kind of looking at it from a layer 2 perspective, which in my mind is kind of like Ethereum's first foray into sharding in a way, before we start getting into the various secondary ETH2 stages. So we have pretty much the who's who of layer 2s here. So I'm going to have them kind of go through. Please feel free to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about what you're working on and what kind of differentiates you from all the other scaling solutions that are out there. So Ben, or sorry, not Ben, Ed, I'll start with you.
Hey everybody, I'm Ed Felton. I'm a co-founder and chief scientist at Offchain Labs. We make Arbitrum. Arbitrum is an optimistic rollup that we opened up to the public about 3 weeks ago. Have had a great reception so far. We have focused on compatibility. We've focused on building a community, doing a fair launch that brings everybody along, and really sweating the details to take advantage of what L2 can do. We've worked with a lot of your teams and really focused on building an ecosystem and take advantage of the scalability and so on that you can get with an optimistic rollup.
Hi, I'm Sandeep. I'm one of the co-founders at Polygon. Polygon it's hard to categorize Polygon only as layer 2 because Polygon is a Ethereum scalability aggregator. So Polygon has proof of stake chain, which is like one of the most popular scaling solutions on Ethereum currently. It has more than 1,000 plus apps, and like our DAUs are probably after Ethereum, probably the DAUs are daily average users are I think second largest in the world, considering any other blockchain. And also in terms of the developer activity or the apps and all that, like everything, Polygon Polygon POS chain specifically would be only second to Ethereum. Apart from that, as I said, that Polygon is a scalability, like Ethereum scalability aggregator. So it has layer 2, like for example, recently Hermes, which has the first decentralized ZK rollup, which currently only supports payment, by the way. It joined Polygon umbrella. Apart from that, we have Polygon Data Avail, which is a generic data availability chain for rollups to have like a bit of, not rollups, but maybe validums to have some less cost data availability guarantees. And similarly, we have Polygon SDK, with which you can have fully sovereign side chains, which can directly interact with Ethereum as the central hub, like kind of like what you have with, let's say, Cosmos. And in future, like maybe 2-3 years down the line, we might also think of having shared security, sidechains, which again connect back to Ethereum. So our kind of perspective about Ethereum scaling is pretty broad in that sense, that like Ethereum, like the way Cosmos gets scalability benefits or kind of value accrual benefits from sovereign chains, so Ethereum can also benefit from both shared security chains as well as like standalone chains and secured chains from Ethereum.
All right, I guess that's me. Hello, everyone. I'm Ben from Optimism, co-founder there, and in my spare time I make Ethereum parody songs, so go follow me. So the way we think about scaling at Optimism is basically bringing Ethereum into layer 2. So we've had a rollup on Mainnet for the better part of the year that was trying to accomplish this, and we just are about to make a big upgrade, which brings us from EVM compatibility to EVM equivalence. So everything that we do is thinking about what is the minimal lines of code that we can write to bring the Ethereum stack into layer 2. It's not about creating a new layer 2 system. It's about expanding the Ethereum ecosystem into a multi-chain shared security universe. So that's kind of what how we think about things. Go try us out, gateway.optimism.io. Go have some fun.
Alex.
You, Alex.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex Glukowski. I'm co-founder and CEO of Matter Labs, and we're building ZK Sync, which is a ZK rollup for Ethereum. It's a layer 2 based on a very advanced cryptography, which replaces the trust in operators, replaces the game theoretical security mechanisms with pure math. And we are live on Mainnet for over a year now with payments. Many of you have maybe experienced ZK Sync, when doing Gitcoin grants, all the latest Gitcoin grant round campaigns were done on ZK Sync, and we have many other protocols being powered for payments with ZK Sync. But we are now most excited about the upcoming release of ZK Sync version 2, which will bring EVM compatibility to ZK rollups and will allow us to scale essentially like everything that works on Ethereum with the highest degree of security and with very, very low costs at the same time. So like completely breaking out of the scalability trilemma. Yeah.
All right, Eli, we'll kick it over to you.
Hi there. Seeing this.
Eli, did you go on mute?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we got you now.
Can you hear me? Hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. So I just said briefly that I'm really, really sorry that I'm not attending in person. You know, COVID craziness. That I hope to be next year. So a bit about myself. I'm co-founder and president at Starkware. I've been trying to promote the ideas of using scalability and privacy for blockchains via ZK Starks and other technologies ever since 2013. I'm also previously I'm a founding scientist of Zcash, which focuses on privacy. Starkware is now roughly 4 years old. We've invented a whole bunch of a really deep technology stack that we're also very happy that others are using. It includes, of course, ZK Stark and other protocols in it, like Fry, data availability models like Validium and Volition, and most recently, a programming language that is the first one for ZK Rollup to be functioning, in production and serving all of our customers. We have 4 of them by now. That programming language is called Cairo. Really, tremendously excited to see the amount of activity on our different customers. Sorare just yesterday announced a fund of funding of $680 million, which I think is worthy of a round of applause. And they will be servicing fantasy soccer with, Juventus and Liverpool and La Liga. I know I'm speaking to people in the US, but even you guys know that football really is, something else, and it's really important. Super excited to see DYDX being basically the #1 DEX in terms of volume, surpassing Uniswap, I think over the past 2 days with $2 billion of volume per day. That's really exciting. And in roughly 2 months' time, by the end of November, maybe even a bit earlier, we'll be launching the alpha mainnet for Starknet, which will allow the same kind of scale that our customers are now using, DYDX, Sorare, Immutable, and Diversify, to be basically at the hands of all developers. The alpha on testnet is already live, and there's an ever-growing, I'd like to say exponentially growing, number of developers that are joining the Discord and starting to write code for it, NFTs and games and whatnot. And in 2 months' time, we'll basically be live in alpha on mainnet, and that's the most exciting thing I want to share with you.
Excellent. All right, thank you for the intros. So now we get to the fun part. This session's a little bit different from the other ones. It's an AMA, so we sourced a bunch of questions online. We're going to kind of go through these over the next 20 minutes. We also have a mic down over there by the screen, which Ryan alluded to earlier. So for the last 10 minutes, if anyone wants to stand up, has a question for anyone up here, feel free to step down there and go ahead and ask it. But I'm going to go ahead and kick this off with some of the first questions that we had. So all the platforms really are general application platforms. Anyone can launch anything, but kind of curious, do you see yourself targeting any specific communities or application verticals at all? And Ben, I'll kick it over to you to start it off.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I don't know if I would say application verticals. I think that the thing that we really emphasize at Optimism is the Ethereum development ecosystem. And when I say that, I don't just mean the apps on top, I mean the infrastructure being built out on the bottom. So the most important thing for us is that over the past 6 years, this incredible base of Ethereum that we've had created and built and battle tested and improved again and again and again, that should be what we're building on L2. So I think that the applications that will come are going to be based on what people like to run on Ethereum. And there's a lot of answers to that, and there's different verticals. We'll probably see different chains with different groups of apps in those different places. But for us, what we focus on is Ethereum. We see ourselves as providing the core infrastructure, and that's about providing the Ethereum that you know and love, but cheaper, better, faster.
Yeah, Sandeep, I see you nodding, and I'm kind of curious, like, same question over to you. Now that you have a bunch of apps being built on there, do you see any specific ones kind of taking off, or you know, which ones might you gravitate towards?
Yeah, so I mean, like, there are two ways of looking at it from Polygon's perspective, right? So one is that, as I said, that Polygon is not like one type of solution. It provides various different kinds of solutions. So, you know, depending upon which particular solution we are talking about, you know, like our kind of target audience becomes slightly different. For example, like with Polygon POS chain, you know, primarily like this is like Polygon POS chain is very, very popular amongst the game developers because they need very low cost NFTs, like, you know, where they can mint NFT at, like, you know, probably a 1/10 of a cent, right? And you know, although a large part of DeFi ecosystem is also, like, you know, is using Polygon today, but then, you know, primarily our target audience for this POS chain has been traditionally like the NFT kind of projects. Then Polygon SDK, which provides you kind of sovereign chains. For that, like, you know, we are talking to a lot of Web 2 teams which have, let's say, 10, 20, 30, even 100 million users, and they want to interact and play with the, you know, some of these, want to interact and play with blockchains. Similarly, Polygon Hermes, it's only a payment-based solution, so we have a separate team which is now focusing on payments. And Polygon Studios, like everyone would know, like Polygon Studios specifically focuses on NFTs and you know, kind of this thing. So how we are seeing Polygon is like a, you know, like scalability front for Ethereum, which, you know, has kind of these separate parts of this conglomerate which, you know, kind of pursue their own kind of focus areas and overall bringing, you know, adoption to Ethereum. That's how we see it.
Ed, so now that you've launched, you see protocols popping up. You can see a lot of DeFi protocols definitely launching on Arbitrum 1, but kind of dive into that, but also that you have all these kind of other separate opportunities as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've been really focused on this fair launch concept, that we're not going to pick winners in a particular sector. We're not going to pick one sector as being the one that we foster to the exclusion of others. We want to let the community and the market decide where the effort and the liquidity is going to go. And that's been super successful. We've had a ton of value come on board. In the first 3 weeks since launch, about $2.3 billion of value have moved onto the chain. More than 5,000 contracts and more than 100,000 unique user addresses. So really broad growth. And we really focus on the virtuous cycle, where lots of developers doing lots of things helps us better understand how we can provide support for a broad set of applications, and that in turn brings more developers in. And because in this sector there's such a focus on composability, and the ability to put things together to make higher level services, there's really a strong benefit from having so many entities coming on board. And so you see more and more jumping on board. We had MakerDAO and 1inch just this morning have announced that they've launched. And you're going to see more major announcements coming. So we have really focused on going broad, trying to not pick, trying to provide the kind of support that would let the developer community do what they do best.
So Alex, same question. The way you're seeing it on not only on ZK Sync, but ZK Porter, if there's going to be some differences between the two there.
Sure, this is a great question. So with ZK Sync, we also don't focus on any specific use cases. It will be possible to do whatever you can do on Ethereum with just plug and play your contracts and deploy them in one click on ZK Sync. So whatever works there, NFTs, DeFi, all the interesting new use cases will be supported. And we're not going to pick winners there as well. But I think one area where we really focus on is the users. So like we have a specific focus on the user group, which I would call sovereign individuals. So like we're not building for corporations, we're not building for companies, for like corporate users. We want people to have control over their financial assets, their virtual assets in general. So it's very important to us that we don't build solutions that will push them towards the hands of centralized operators that can, manipulate, introduce some additional rules, KYC, like some exclusion practices. We want everyone to have access to this platform in a fair and permissive way, and this is why it's been very important to us to extend the idea of volition with with an economic decentralization component, which we called ZK Porter. So in ZK Sync, you will have two different account types, which you as a user can choose. One is ZK Rollup, which gives you the full security of Ethereum, and the costs are going to be correspondingly slightly higher. And the second one is going to be called ZK Porter, where you rely on the consensus of stakeholders for providing data availability, while the validity of all transactions is still guaranteed by Ethereum and the math of zero-knowledge proofs. But even with ZK Porter, you don't rely on any central party. It's like the economic properties are very interesting, and it's it's really hard to trick it. So like you need to attack the system completely and spend a lot of money to destroy it, which doesn't make much sense. So so this is our focus on the end users as individuals.
Given that option, either way, yeah. So Eli, over to you. You're going on, with the Starkware chain that working on, but also then you've had multiple other applications actually launch their own version based off of Starkware technology.
Yeah, so for the disclaimer, making predictions is very hard, especially concerning the future. And certainly, I've been in this space again since 2013. There's a large number of things I didn't see coming, DeFi, NFTs, whatnot. So, okay, I do think Starknet is going to be really, really good for more complex gaming. Right now, a lot of the gaming is sort of focused on minimal gameplay and a lot of NFTs, so it's more collectibles. I think we'll see an expansion of gaming because sort of the limit on computation has been reduced. I think another thing we'll see is that more enterprises were interested in using blockchain infrastructure, but really can't. They're limited by scale. So since we have, I believe, the most scalable platform, and it's already servicing very large TPS in production, I think we'll also try to cater to those. And the last thing I want to say is that what we want to put an emphasis on is making sure that the ecosystem is very heavily leaning towards the important dApp developers and core developers, and finding ways to ensure that it's not about us at Starkware doling out or setting the rules so that who gets what, but rather on a very basic protocol level, these things will play out. That's very important for the success of Starknet. Just summarizing, gaming is going to be a big thing in Starknet. Enterprises that need scale, and we're going to try to find mechanisms so that core contributors, both on the dApp level and the infrastructure level, that are outside of Starkware, are incentivized to participate in the.
Yeah, I will say, the idea of organic growth makes sense, and it's definitely it's hardest maybe to get off the ground, but like once it actually catches steam and creates that kind of almost like avalanche type effect, it can definitely take over from there. So jumping to the next one, everyone here is building off of Ethereum. I think they're very Ethereum-centric views. But I'm kind of curious, do you kind of see this being a multi-chain world in the future, and how do you see that evolving? And then two, kind of follow up, do you see any other layer ones out there building some interesting technology? What do you think is interesting out there? Alex, I'll start with you.
Okay, I'll start with the last question first. Of other L1s, I think it's great to see a lot of innovation, but in my opinion, L1s will compete mostly on the metric of decentralization. And the ones like, if you want to be an Ethereum killer, it should be more decentralized than Ethereum, because with less decentralization, you kind of kill the purpose of blockchain in general. So like you just devolve into something like a bank with more robust properties and with cryptography. So the only blockchain which I see going in this direction is Mainnet protocol, building the fully verifiable succinct blockchain where you're using ZK snarks. And others do a lot of interesting technological experiments, which we'll see how they play out. But I'm most excited about Mainnet. And back to the first question. Sorry, remember the first question?
How do you see is this going to be a multi-chain world?
Yeah. Yes. That's a really good one. So I think we will see something like a multi-chain world on Ethereum, but in a way where all these chains share the security of the main chain, and it's probably gonna be some like interesting power law dynamics. So some of them are gonna be more used than the others. But eventually, I'm a bit biased, but again, I think that eventually everyone will have to embrace zero-knowledge proofs and make it completely trustless, and then we can have a very seamless communication between these different chains. So you will be able to like do things like making transfers from one to another without using without publishing any data on the high level on Ethereum, which will make the transactions between the chains very low cost. Like they will essentially be equivalent of transactions on chains. And the reason I think we will see different chains is because the consensus mechanism have fundamental limitations. You probably cannot have a decentralized consensus with hundreds of thousands of transactions per second. This is probably unrealistic, right? So like, at least for this purpose, we will need to build these hierarchies of chains, reach the world adoption of billions of people making daily operations on blockchain.
Excellent. Eli, same question or questions?
Yeah, so it's a terrific question. I want to say, I know the popular thing to say is that we are all in on Ethereum. My view is a little bit different. It is that we have a technology that is broader than all of blockchain. I believe, and I've been saying this for a while, that ZK starks are going to permeate into the standard world, whether through CBDCs or just into mainstream. And by the same token, definitely we will deploy this technology in various forms over any blockchain that has sufficient needs for scale or privacy and would like to work with us. So it's not for us to decide where the market innovation is going to come from. Right now, the biggest need and the place we're focusing on first is, of course, Ethereum. And it may well be that everything will just be, L2s on Ethereum. That's fine with us. But I can certainly see a situation where that's not the case. And we will try to work with anyone who wants to use this technology, which again is even broader than just a blockchain use case. And to your question about other L1s or L2s that I'm an admirer of. So first of all the people on stage are doing tremendous innovation. Really, it's not just on the theory level, but like getting things done is such a big accomplishment, and we're of course following them with envy and pride and stuff there. On the L1s. I'm personally very interested to see how Chia plays out, because it's a very intriguing, monetary proof of work model, and it comes from a very strong research team. But and I must confess, this is of course not investment advice, and you know, not really, just you know, I think it's a very interesting, very different project. So anyways.
Excellent. Yeah, Ed.
Sure. I think Ethereum will continue to be the base layer for coordination and as a root of security for many of these systems. But I also think you will see multiple chains on top of it or coordinating via Ethereum. There's a tension between the desire to have everything together on one chain in order to get the best composability versus the desire to have greater scale through a kind of sharding across multiple chains, and also the desire to have different chains that are specialized for the needs of different communities or different applications. And I think that tension will play out. You're not going to have a million chains, but I think you'll have multiple ones, and it'll be driven by that trade-off. But I do think you end up with Ethereum as the basis on which other things build. So most users on most days won't interact directly with Ethereum, but the things they use will be better because Ethereum's there as a foundation layer.
Excellent. Well, before I go to Sandeep, if anyone wants to start walking up, if they have any questions, go ahead, and if you want to start a line down underneath the screen over here. So Sandeep, same question. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, Ed summarized it very beautifully that, you know, our thesis is that future is definitely multi-chain, but multi-chain on Ethereum, right? Partly the reason is that, and this is my personal view, that, you know, I feel that layer one is kind of a last man standing game. Like, forget about people who are, or the chains which are competing with Ethereum. I feel even Bitcoin and Ethereum eventually, you know, one chain will emerge as the fundamental like chain. And you know, we feel that definitely that would be Ethereum, because, you know, at the layer one, you are, as Alex was also pointing out, that, you know, you are playing for 2-3 key things. One is the level of decentralization. The second is that, you know, the native asset on that chain, like, you know, kind of starts, you know, adopting like a hard money kind of characteristics, and then which then enforces a lot of like crypto economic securities. So coming back to what Ed was saying, that, you know, we fully believe that, you know, future is multi-chain, you know, with all of these chains connecting back into Ethereum, and then, you know, Ethereum acting as the settlement layer or security provisioning layer and all that. And then between these multiple chains, we will see various different kinds of business activities using different kinds of chains. So, for example, as you know, Eli was saying that, you know, enterprises want different kinds of solutions, different levels of controls, and you know, like startups, pure Web3 startups need different levels of control, and, you know, Web2 startups need different level of controls. So, you know, various different kinds of, and that's the thesis of Polygon, that various different kinds of chains connecting back into Ethereum, where Ethereum is the settlement and security layer. And yes, this is going to be a multi-chain world on top of Ethereum.
And do you see any other interesting technologies being built outside of Ethereum that have caught your eye that you might be an admirer of?
I mean, definitely there are interesting experiments, you know, as you know, other panelists also said. But then, like in terms of having this global, you know, kind of, you know, money transacting layer or value transacting layer, I think it's a layer one is a, you know, last man standing game, and Ethereum is going to emerge at the end.
Excellent, thanks. Ben, do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, as the last one, I could just rehash exactly what everyone said the whole time. I definitely agree with what everyone said. I think, yeah, if there's any unique perspective to add, I thought it was interesting how you prefaced the original question, which was, you said, I know you guys are all building on Ethereum, but will it be multi-chain? Mm-hmm. And I think it's definitely the case that those two things are not at all mutually exclusive, and we've heard a lot about that. But another point to make is that there's two ways to think about Ethereum when you say that, right? One thing is this actual Ethereum ETH chain, the one that the ETH currency is on, and the one that everyone is going to use as the settlement layer, as everyone else here has said. I think the other side of the coin is that ETH is also a stack, right? There's also a technology stack. And I think that is another interesting question. I believe very strongly, as does everyone in Optimism, that the Ethereum stack itself is going to be what is running many, many, many of these chains. Maybe, yes, we'll see some application-specific chains for certain use cases, but for doing the things that Ethereum has done right now, it's going to be that Ethereum stack. And so that's why we spend a lot of time figuring out how to bring that stack into L2. Because there's multiple chains, but they should all be running that stack.
Yeah, when I talk about application-specific chains, I even look at layer 2s in that in a lot of ways. Like anyone, like some of the different solutions that are built off of existing like Starkware technology, like you can build application-specific chains using layer 2s that plug back into Ethereum. So yeah, I agree with that, looking at the entire stack from that perspective.
We also may not even think of these things as like layer 2s when this all comes to this world that we're talking about comes to reality, right? I think it'll just be like the chains, and you'll be using it, and your applications will give you a clean way to move money around, and it'll just be all abstracted away from users. Hopefully they can make very informed, good, security trade-off decisions. But I don't think it'll be what we see now, which is like, oh, go on to layer 2, right? It's like, I'm tweeting on the internet. No, you're just tweeting. That's the app.
So one of the other questions I have here is, so in a lot of, and I totally get it, like the progressive decentralization process of launching in kind of like a guarded form and slowly opening up the process, whether it be decentralizing the sequencer process on optimistic rollups or like the POS bridge for Polygon. Sandeep, I'll start with you. What is the process for managing the POS bridge now, and like and is there a plan to decentralize that over time?
Yeah. So I mean, apart from what is out there on Twitter and all that, like discussions keep happening over there. But Polygon Bridge, for example, how it works is that it requires a consensus of all the 100 validators that are operating the Polygon POS chain. And like I don't think that there is any other bridge currently which is as decentralized as this bridge. Now there are like upgradability rights on multi-sigs on the main chain contracts, which I think would be true for any early stage project, because you need to upgrade this technology, and then if you can find, God forbid, some bug, like you should have some reactive kind of powers, especially in the initial times, and then eventually we have a path to decentralization where even this, and I think we are already reaching with Polygon like $50 billion moving to and fro through the bridge, and fully safely and everything. We are already reaching a place where this either complete give up of these upgradation rights can happen, or there can be a time lock and that kind of intermediate things, and eventually within like 1 year, 1.5 years, you can completely let go of everything. And I think all the layer 2s are eventually like going to follow the same path probably.
Excellent. Ben, so kind of like same question, like not only like the contracts itself, but then the sequencer process. Is that something that you'd like to decentralize long term, and is there like a plan of how that could happen?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is a really cool thing that we're seeing, is like this progressive decentralization move. That has been something that's been very, very, very valuable to us. When we sort of introduced sequencing a couple of years ago, we had this idea. We knew that we could do these instant confirmed transactions, but no one had ever experienced this before, and no one knew exactly what was going to go on. So one of the things that we did was we just launched with a single application and figured out how to do that right and do that well. And that was extremely valuable. Now that it becomes time to decentralize the sequencer, yes, of course we want to do that. And I think the most interesting thing that we're going to see coming out of that is the evolution of miner extractable value. And L2 MEV is like a very new hot thing that's about to abound and explode. And there's definitely, I think, open questions that no one has the answer to yet that we need to figure out how to solve. How do you define the sequencing rules that are beneficial to everyone and that people are going to want to use? So we'll definitely do that. We put out a post when we introduced sequencing. That was our first stab at that. But we have some exciting more stuff coming.
Great. Ed, pass it over to you. Same question, but I know you have some different views on MEV from that standpoint.
I do. I mean, let me first give the big picture, right? Progressive decentralization is the thing to do. It's what we are doing. We think it's the responsible way to launch. That is, you design the tech to be inherently decentralized from day one, but then early on you need to have some sort of controls, like upgrade controls, and then you progressively take those off. And so that's what we're doing. We've put the beta moniker on our launched product, and we will keep the beta moniker on until we have reached full decentralization. And we'll be communicating clearly with the community about where we are and how that's going to work. As far as sequencing and MEV or miner extractable value, what we're really talking about here is front running. And I believe strongly front running is bad for users, and it's something that we should try to design our systems to resist. Even if we can't completely eliminate it, I think it's a major design goal, and we have to be looking at it that way as opposed to some like opportunity for somebody. Because it is an opportunity for somebody to take money from our users. All right. So what does that mean? That means decentralizing sequencing. And that is an area where we've been doing some innovation. My co-founder, Stephen Goldfeder, is co-author of sort of the leading research paper in this area so far. There's more going on. But we're going to a committee-based sequencing scheme where you have a firm and precise security promise you can make about fairness at the protocol level is the direction I think this should go, and that's where we're going to be going over time with sequencing.
I think we can dive a lot more into that here, but I definitely want to get Alex. Any similar kind of hurdles around like progressive decentralization that ZK Sync or Matter Labs are looking at?
Absolutely, yes. So we're also going to decentralize the sequencer. We believe this is the only way to go. You cannot keep systems centralized with a central point of failure, a central point of control. And I fully agree with that it's the only responsible way to keep the label beta as long as you haven't achieved that fully to the full degree, removing all the admin keys. This is really important. And I also agree with him on the MEV question, that MEV is essentially a value extraction from your users, which you want to minimize. But I think that technologically, we have one more challenge with decentralization of the sequencer. With all the scaling solutions which we provide, the requirements on the node operators of like sequencer nodes are just from resources perspective much higher, because we want to achieve much higher load than Ethereum. Ethereum handles 20 transactions per second, and it can run on any consumer hardware, but we are aiming at thousands, 1 to 10,000 transactions per second. So the nodes will be running in some data centers with very powerful machines, a lot of CPUs, a lot of memory, which not everyone can run. So there will be a natural tendency for even for decentralized sequencers to be more centralized. There will be fewer validators who are running the node. And it puts us in a position to be even more protective against any kind of manipulation and censorship that can happen in layer 2. Because if those systems are really big and popular and everyone wants to be there, and the validators have power to exclude certain users, it would be catastrophic. It would take us back from the direction we want to go. So that's why we believe that there are technologies there, such as time-locked encryption, VDFs, which can be used to prevent MEV, but also to prevent censorship altogether. So if the validators do not know what the transactions contain, they cannot filter you. They cannot say, oh, we don't accept transactions from you, because they just have no clue. They see like encrypted black boxes going on until they include them in the block, and then they have to decrypt the block. So this is how we feel about that, and we're definitely also going to keep the beta marker on until like this is fully solved.
I just wanted to add one more part, like, because I missed the sequencer being decentralized on like, I just wanted to mention about Polygon thing. So for example, the Hermes rollup that we have, that already is, I think it's the first decentralized ZK rollup. And then, it can be run in a, it is being run in a multi-validator setup. Polygon POS chain, for example, already has like 100 plus, public validators. Anybody can become a validator over there. And then all the other, as Ed was saying, that, the concept should be that, or the idea should be, it should be built with decentralization in mind. Of course, you can have these controls at the start, and then eventually you'll potentially, decentralize it, eventually, but, you build it with the full decentralization as mindset. Even with the Ernst & Young Nightfall ZK rollup that we are going to launch, that will also be a decentralized rollup in terms of the operators also.
Excellent. I know we're running out of time, but I want to give Eli the last word here. Same question. You kind of give us like a minute spiel on what are you working on?
What, for decentralization?
Yeah, for decentralization. What's kind of like the process going forward, where you're at, and like what's kind of coming down the line on that end?
Yeah, I'll speak very briefly. So the first thing we're decentralizing right now is just the development. So we have 2 teams outside of Stark. We're building full nodes, Equilibrium and Aragon, TurboGeth. We have multiple independent outside processes for building block explorers and compilers, for instance, from Solidity by Nethermind. So that's the first thing we're decentralizing. Later on we'll get to decentralizing, but I don't want to waste time. I don't have anything deep on this matter to add to what my colleague said. We're of course very gung-ho and using Vidu as a way to do fair sequencing in a variety of ways. I spoke about it, but that's a different topic. It's not in our plans right now. Maybe we'll get to it later. So, out of respect for time, that's all I'll say.
I appreciate everyone joining us here. Thanks for taking the time. And if anyone has any other questions, I'm sure you can track them down outside. All right. Thanks, guys. Go ahead, guys. I'll announce the next panel. Coming up next, looking at how NFTs could 10x crypto's user base, how it can be that kind of the Trojan horse for retail users, and where it is and how it can grow from here. So good panel coming up. We have Beryl Lee, I hope I said that right, from Yield Guild Games, Amy Wu from Lightspeed, Jeff Zerlin from Sky Mavis, creators of Axie Infinity, and Daniel Roberts from Decrypt is going to be moderating.
Alrighty. Let's head into the metaverse. Just kidding. Let me start this off, guys, by saying, Beryl and Amy and Jeff, or Jiho, are super smart. I mean, we were just backstage, before this panel, and even just chatting with them for 5 minutes. I mean, these are 3 people who totally get what's going on, and even just talking to them for 5 minutes, you start to realize how much is going on in this space that maybe you're still not even in tune with. I mean, everyone here is interested in crypto to some extent, but there are investors and there are people involved in certain protocols. They may not understand yet just how big NFTs and gaming are getting. So I think, Jeff, that would be a good place to start. I mean, Axie Infinity has gotten kind of so big so quickly. Talk to everyone, because I don't want to assume that everyone knows about what's going on in the world of Axie and how big play to earn has gotten.
Yeah, sure. So I guess with Axie, our goal is to introduce the world to this exciting but sometimes scary new technology of blockchain through something that's accessible, fun, and nostalgic. I think nostalgia is one of the most powerful human emotions. Axie has skyrocketed our DAU from 38,000 to about 1.8 million. It's 38,000 in April to around 1.7 million right now. We are the #1 NFT project of all time in terms of marketplace volume. So we've done over $2 billion of transactions of Axie-related NFTs. We have maxed out Discord. It's one of only 5 or 6 in the world. We have players in every single country on Earth except for North Korea.
Why can't North Korea get on with
I don't know. Maybe they're using VPN, so they don't show up. But
so let's make sure we define what that number is. So more than 1 people daily are in there playing on Axie Infinity. I mean, how much time on average are they spending?
Our players spend a lot of time in game. I think the average play time per day is around 2 hours per account.
Wow.
So this is right. This isn't just about having fun. It's also a form of income, a job for many. So.
Beryl, let's bring in Yield Guild, and maybe you can start by just explaining to everyone. I mean, you guys are a DAO that invests in these NFT projects, and Axie Infinity is your big one right now.
That's right.
Obviously, that has done well for you. What's down the road beyond Axie Infinity? What's next? And what are you looking for in terms of innovative projects that you guys want to back?
Right, so I'll define what we do first. So we're a gaming guild, and structured as a decentralized autonomous organization. We invest in various play-to-earn NFTs, and we actually lend them to our community of players through scholarships. So Axie Infinity is one of our bigger investments. We've invested in 11 other games. We're protocol agnostic. So for example, we've also invested in Star Atlas, that's actually on Solana. Yeah, so F1 Delta, Sandbox, we have Nifty Island. Yeah, so we're looking into diversifying our portfolio right now, and then looking into lending them out to our community of players.
What does that mean, lending out NFTs to others? You know, we had a story that we wrote at Decrypt about how CryptoPunks, for example, have become such a status symbol as a profile photo that now there are services allowing people to rent them out so that someone else can get, you know, momentary clout. Is that what we're talking about? But when it comes to gaming, I mean, we're actually using these NFTs in a gaming environment. Talk about lending out NFTs.
Yeah, so maybe I'll use Axie Infinity as an example. So to be able to enter a game, you actually need 3 of these you know, like NFT assets. So in the past, like last year, you'd probably be able to acquire them for a team of Axies for $150 US, right? Like right now, that team would actually cost you almost $1,500 US. So a lot of our community of players, especially those in the Philippines, that have actually lost jobs during the pandemic, are unable to actually acquire these assets. So Yell Games come in, and we actually lend three Axies to our players, and then they'd be able to use them, spend time in the game, and they earn in-game rewards in the form of Smooth Love Potion. And these SLPs can actually be converted into fiat currency through regulated exchanges in the Philippines, for example. And yeah, a lot of families were able to put food on the table, milk for their kids during the pandemic because of this.
It's wild. There's so much there I want to drill down, but Amy, let's bring you in. I mean, with what you guys do at Lightspeed Ventures, some of the VCs that have been at this event are pure play crypto VCs. You know, they have firms that are invested in a bunch of different crypto companies. You guys are not that. I mean, you predate crypto. You know, you look at your portfolio, there's a ton of big names in there that have nothing to do with the crypto world. You know, bonobos. I'm wearing bonobos. I mean,
that's great.
You know, I think a nice thing to ask you is, like, I'm sure that when you are looking at what to invest in, some of these things, there's sort of a learning curve. I mean, there's some self-education that has to come first before even being able to understand what is legitimate and interesting enough here that we want to put some money into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in crypto, we've actually been investing since 2013. We're pretty concentrated investors. We have about 12 billion in our management, and about 30 companies in the blockchain space in our portfolio right now. I have personally actually been a gaming investor far longer than a crypto one, and so it's pretty exciting to see NFTs, gaming, and crypto all coming together. So, I mean, on the gaming side, you know, we have a portfolio of about a dozen AAA games. You know, Fortnite, Epic Games recently announced our Split Game, you know, investment as well, and a number of other studios, and looking very deeply in the blockchain gaming side right now because it just is kind of like the next revolution in gaming. And at a high level, you know, we are really excited about crypto because it's still early, I think, in adoption. In terms of a use case, the primary use case remains people trading crypto, but how do you bring the next 100 million users into DeFi or next billion users into DeFi? And we're very excited about social and gaming use cases to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Fortnite. A lot of what we're talking about when we discuss NFTs and gaming are, you know, projects that were born in crypto. But do you see what's coming next as the games that predated it adopting the same kind of trends? I mean, surely people from Epic and people from other gaming companies, Nintendo, I have to imagine that they're looking at Axie Infinity, they're looking at what's happening with NFTs and gaming.
Yeah, there's pretty much no major gaming publisher that is not looking at crypto right now and blockchain. Actually, you know, Axie Infinity really accelerated that process because I think they're seeing you guys doing something like 15 million revenue a day and everyone wants in on that. But I think in terms of sophistication and how do you implement blockchain in a meaningful way for players, that's something that they're still learning. And quite frankly, I think, like, you know, younger indie studios that are maybe like blockchain native might get there faster. But I mean, certainly those two worlds may converge pretty soon.
Yeah, Jiho, I mean, there's, like I said, there's a learning curve here, and there's a lot of people who, they can't even begin to wrap their minds around what's happening here because they're still trying to understand NFTs, and then forget just adding the layer of your NFT is your ticket into a game, it's in the metaverse, you can lend out your NFT. I mean, I'm still having a lot of conversations with people who, they just kind of can't get there when you talk about NFTs. They say, how could this digital image be selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars? And, you know, you can kind of only go so far with trying to explain it. Do you take time talking to people like that when you hear from NFT skeptics? I mean, how do you explain, well, here's why this matters and here's why it's not just, it's this new ecosystem and here's why it's not going to vanish?
Sure. So 50% of our players have never used crypto before playing Axie Infinity. 25% of them don't even have a bank account. So not only do we sometimes have to explain, right, like NFTs, we sometimes also have to explain, right, like, I don't know, financial stuff and what is crypto, right? So there's a lot of education that we do with our community. 60% of our players have actually found out about Axie from a friend or a family member. So our community, it's not actually scalable for us to do all of the education and onboarding ourselves, right? This is where the community comes in. We have this really highly engaged, fanatic community that is out there in the real world explaining Axie Infinity to people and onboarding them almost by hand. So I also think about, right, I'm half Korean, and in Korea, every family has a group chat with, right, the elders or the grandparents, but no grandparent, or very few of them, actually know how to use a phone or download Kakao Talk, right? So why do they all have it, right? It's because it's seen as like this filial duty to help onboard them into Kakao, right? So I think that this is something that we need more of in crypto, where basically people are onboarding their friends and family because there's like a huge benefit and they don't want them to miss out on it, right? So I think it's really important for communities, like users, to actually, right, like show these products to people, to the people in their lives, and onboard them kind of by hand. So it's not necessarily up to me to, right, to get the skeptics on board. I think it's a combined effort, and I think, right, yeah, like users, we need users because users will create more users, right? So we need, I think that's the beauty of gaming, right? It's something that's relatable. It's not something that, I don't know, it's something that makes more sense than a financial application, for example.
Beryl and Amy, I'd ask you guys, as people who've invested atop Axie Infinity, is it kind of like, well, you want to try out the thing that you're investing in? I often say that about crypto. I think people who cover the industry need to test out these tools a little bit if they're going to write about them. But at the same time, I mean, there's only so much time in a day, right? Like even when we cover and write about Axie Infinity, you want to test it out and try it, but then you hear 2 hours a day. I mean, I personally am really interested in the game, and I want to see how it works, but I'm never going to end up spending 2 hours a day in there. I mean, what was the kind of due diligence for you guys? How often are you actually playing these games? How much time are you spending on it?
Right. So when I actually look into scholarship applications within our Discord channel, we actually see applications, we'd like to play for 6 hours a day, please give us a scholarship. And we actually, so like right now, we have around like 5,000 scholars, and but we have like 60,000 gamers in our Discord channel. So a lot of them within, like the 5,000 scholars are mostly like Axie Infinity players. They're spending a lot of time, like the entire day basically, because it's locked down in the Philippines. So they actually, as long as they have internet connectivity, a mobile phone, they just stay home, and they end up like playing up to like 6 hours just to earn SLP. And we're seeing cash outs of SLP from $400 to almost like $1,000 per month per user. That's the average, and that's much more than their minimum wage of $200.
Well, and so I mean, we should say they're also earning money here, so it's not just gaming for fun, but.
I mean, as a consumer gaming investor, I absolutely play test every single game I invest in. I mean, we probably, in any given week, probably play test a dozen games. And, the last gaming investment that I did, I think I played for 20 hours before even taking the first meeting with the founder. And not just the games that we invest in, but also the top games out there right now, from the top publishers. And it's not that I'm play testing to get because I know whether the game is going to go viral or not. There's title risk in any game. You literally can't predict that. But it's important to understand what is on trend by genre, and what does the quality look like of a play test. Understanding that it's probably maybe still years from launch. So I think any investor that's investing in gaming, not play testing or asking a play test, is not doing it right.
Let's zoom out a little bit, and I always want to make sure that we hit whatever the title of the panel is. And I didn't name the panel, but it says that NFTs could 10x crypto's user base. I mean, let's talk about that. Can NFTs really be the doorway for newcomers, because as much as crypto has really gone mainstream, and I think that the past 3 days of this conference have reminded us of that, NFTs has been one corner that there was certainly a lot of hype. There was an initial NFT boom. Then there was a little bit of a down cycle, and you had a lot of people say, oh, they're dead. They were not dead. Now we're in kind of the second NFT boom. Do you guys see NFTs, whether it's gaming or not, that way, that, you know, that Jeff, they could be kind of the doorway and the bridge that brings people who previously stayed out of crypto in?
I'm happy to start. I mean, just like in crypto, I mean, the last rally, the 2020 rally was maybe like the 5th rally in crypto. And like this year, this is the second NFT rally, right? You have Q1, and then they crashed in April, and then I think they're back up again. It tends to be cyclical with, you know, how Ethereum and some of the other major like tokens are doing. And so I think that it's volatile because the number of total users is still very small. Yep. Like the dominant, you know, use case, there's definitely people who are collectors, but most people are trading NFTs to make money, and and people are speculating. And so if you have, you know, $500 million in Ethereum, then spending $1 million of it on a rock or something like that, like, is actually like not that maybe like doesn't appear that expensive to you, or like and so that's why I think the stability that we're going to see this rally, though, you have a broader audience, you have Budweiser, you have Visa actually buying an NFT, and that's pretty phenomenal, right? Like in terms of the next stage of adoption. But I think we're pretty far from mainstream adoption, and again, I think gaming can get us there. There's 2 billion gamers in the world, and so but I think that's still in the future.
So from my end, maybe I could actually talk about the behavior of our users. So our users are, you know, like they've never heard of crypto before. They just turned into gaming because, you know, they wanted to play and to earn. And what's really fascinating is, so when they onboard, we give them the Axes, right, the account. So they don't need to actually like create a MetaMask wallet and so on and so forth. We give them the Axes, they play, they see that, oh, I have rewards. And then once we actually transfer the rewards to their, for example, wallets, it's interesting because now they actually learn, oh, I have rewards. It's kind of like a carrot for them, and they figure out how to cash out. And yeah, they figure out, oh, how to set up their MetaMask because it's real rewards. And now that they have their SLPs, how do I use exchanges? How do I cash it out from exchanges? And what's also fascinating is, so some of our players actually have a non-ending loop of debt in the Philippines. And so whenever they actually end up with rewards, they figure ways on, they actually have full control on what to do with their rewards. Do they actually pay their debt? Do they actually spend money to put food on the table? Or do they eventually buy their own NFT assets and then start their own scholarships? So a lot of the managers that actually facilitate these scholarships as well were once players. And they end up like being able to buy their own assets, and then they end up like breeding them, and they end up lending them out again. And they become entrepreneurs
Virtuous cycle. Yeah.
Investors themselves, yeah. So I think, I think these are the first set of like users that could actually get into crypto adoption because of gaming.
Yeah, Jeff, I mean, I would just push you on, there are the people who are in something like Axie and they're spending a lot of time in it, and many of them, maybe it's to earn, but maybe it's also because they are gamers, they identify as gamers. And then there are the people from the traditional finance world who have discovered NFTs, but as Amy said, mostly as a speculative investment. They like it because they can buy it, they watch their Bored Ape go up in value, and then they either keep holding or they flip it, make more money. I mean, what do you see happening next down the road in terms of the different kind of use cases for NFTs?
I think that gaming is still really unexplored, right? With Axie being the only game right now that uses NFTs and has any kind of significant amount of traction. So I think that we'll see new experiments in gaming. I think that we'll start to see the blending of gaming and finance, and then we also have, so the way that I look at crypto, is I kind of see like 3 buckets, right? There's DeFi, the financial payments rails. There's NFTs, which are kind of like the content layer, the entertainment. And then there's social coordination, right? Some people might think this falls into DAOs, right? So it's like, right now that we actually have attracted these large communities, larger than last year at least, we need to figure out how to communicate with them, right? How to coordinate, how to reward them properly for all the hard to measure things that they add to an ecosystem. So I think the next set of tooling and building will be actually a lot around social coordination. And then we'll also be able to figure out like what types of games work really well using NFTs based on those tools as well.
We've been talking a lot about Axie Infinity because we got the founder, we've got two people who are invested and play it. But Amy, let's maybe wrap on this. What are some of the other interesting, either existing investments in your portfolio or projects that you're keeping an eye on that also are using NFTs interestingly and might, bring us back to our theme of onboarding new people to crypto?
Yeah, we're actually making our first investment in blockchain gaming that we're going to announce in the next few weeks. It's
you could announce it right here, by the way, if you want.
I think the CEO will be really upset with me, so I won't. But it is this concept of, right now there's something like 200 blockchain gaming teams right now. I think that, what are we looking for? We're looking for a team that not only understands how to build the community to get them excited on the NFT drops prior to launch, which I think some of these best teams do. Like Nifty Gate, there's a lot of Nifty Island, and a few others. But we also really want to see that the team at least understands how to build the game. And I think there's more crypto native blockchain teams right now. Now that's like changing pretty quickly. And one of the most incredible use cases of NFTs is that it might take somebody like 2 to 4 years to actually launch a game. And in the AAA world, how do you keep the community engaged? Right. Well, like if you can actually do regular NFT drops, then that's like an incredible way of actually putting community members with skin in the game to then get them really excited about your game once it launches. But then once it launches, then you actually need game design, game art, the know-how in order to make deep content, character progression, all of those things that game makers have been figuring out and perfecting for the last 20 years. And so I think right now we're in a moment of time where, other than Axie Infinity, there's really not a lot of great games that also incorporates blockchain that is actually live.
Right. Like, it exists. You can play it now.
Yeah. In maybe 18 to 24 months, there's going to be hundreds of games live. And at that point, it's going to be, very competitive, just like it is in normal gaming. And then, how do you cut through the noise? You need to have a fun game. You need to know how to do live ops. You need to do a lot of these things that I think the AAA world have sort of learned for a long time. And so that is ultimately, what we're looking for in terms of investments.
Well, you heard it here. If you want to get investment from Lightspeed Ventures, and you've got a gaming and NFT project, now you know how. You guys have been terrific. Thanks so much. Can we get a round of applause for these three?
Unfortunately, no.
You can send it to me on Telegram.
But we will have folks available backstage if you want to swoop back there. Sorry, we're on a tight time schedule to close out the event, and we're running about 5 minutes behind, so I don't want to keep our next guest waiting. I'm going to do a fireside chat that I'm very excited about with Emily Choi, who's the president and COO of Coinbase. And you're going to get to look at me here, but Emily's going to join us right now. Emily.
Hi, Ryan.
How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me. How are you?
It's been a great event. So same time next year, and we'll make sure that we get you here in person. But pleasure to speak, and glad you were able to join us virtually to close out this event. So
definitely. And by the way, our CFO Alicia Haas is in the audience physically, so make sure to say hi to her.
Absolutely. Well, Emily, first things first. Coming up on 6 months as a public company. What are some of the biggest things that have changed at Coinbase? What are some of the big milestones that you've achieved or kind of witnessed internally post IPO? And how has that impacted the company? Just enthusiasm for Coinbase. What do you think the biggest takeaways have been for the first 6 months?
The cool thing, I think, about the way we were operating as a private company is that we were operating it as though we were running a public company. And so it may sound kind of crazy, but we're operating the same way we did before. I think that the main thing that has changed is that when you go public, you have, a new investor base, you have a whole new set of customers, especially right now where we are in the crypto cycle. And so the big thing for us is making sure that we're bringing them along on like kind of the long-term nature of the crypto journey. Probably everybody in your audience understands that this is like a long-term game and has that disposition. We're totally focused on building a generational company, not a short-term company, not a, okay, what is this quarter's earnings or what is this little myopic thing? It's all about the long game. And so that's what we're focused on, and that's what we're trying to just make sure we're bringing more people along on that journey.
One of the things that has stood out, being able to actually watch the growth of Coinbase and actually see the numbers now as a public company, is how much of an emphasis or what percentage of the company is still driven by trading. And yet you have been very active, and we'll talk about M&A and Coinbase Ventures in a minute, but you've been very active in spinning up other complementary services, staking, earn, some of the other data IP that you're now capable of licensing. Out of those other like non-trading, non-speculative buckets, what are some of the areas that you all are most excited about and see being the next major touch point with customers beyond just buy, sell?
Yep. So first, the trading revenue, as you mentioned, it's just, to me, it's analogous to like our Google AdWords or something. It's like the foundation of the business. And so even though that can be volatile per the discussion we just had on like long-term focus, these cycles, it's actually an incredible foundation for us to be able to invest in the rest of the business, and that's what we do. So we then pour the profits from that business into these green shoots, as you were just describing. Custody is obviously a huge one for us. We're the largest regulated crypto custodian in the world. Staking, as you mentioned, we've shown that's a huge part of the engagement and growth that we're seeing from folks on the retail platform. And then the other kind of sprouts we're planting include things like, Coinbase Analytics, which you just talked about, and other things that are just basically more subscription-like and recurring, so that we can have some more predictability with the revenue streams. That's the goal. And so we're kind of planting those seeds and seeing what takes off. When I first joined, I was interviewing with Chris Dixon, I don't know, 3.5, 4 years ago for Coinbase. And I remember he said to me, think about the browsers back in the day. He was like, back in the day, the browsers were the thing, and everybody said the browser is going to directly monetize, and that's where all the value will accrue. And he's like, what happened? The browser was the window into the apps and sites that then monetized, right? And so his point here was, don't have hubris about what parts of the value chain are going to be the things that explode or monetize. There's so much interesting stuff happening in all of crypto. Play multiple parts of it, because we don't know how it'll all pan out.
One of the things that seems like it's going to be a major component of not only the Coinbase business, but any custodial wallet and exchange has to be staking and active participation in these networks. And yet, when it comes to Bitcoin and Ethereum, we're still not even staking those two. So for the most part, because this is a little bit further down the coin rankings, it has been less of a focus for the customers of centralized exchanges and centralized services. How do you see that evolving over the course of the next 12 to 18 months? It seems like ETH2 could be a very large catalyst to get people staking, and then once you are staking, you might be participating in governance or otherwise touching these decentralized networks. What do you think that 6, 12, 18-month evolution looks like, and does a lot of the growth really hinge on ETH2, or are you starting to see some pickup in some of the other networks thanks to the acquisition of Bison Trails?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all of the above. So ETH2 is showing a lot of promise, and we have an incredible team working on that. Luke Youngblood and some other amazing engineers and product managers. That is showing real traction. We also did the acquisition of Bison Trails, which at some point will be rebranded Coinbase Cloud, with the hope that we can offer developers as many helpful, user-friendly tools as possible to be able to build upon the crypto ecosystem and infrastructure that exists. So I think we're super bullish on ETH2. We're super bullish on staking being a very big part of the next frontier for crypto, and that's why we're spending so much time and resource on it.
So we'll talk a little bit more about acquisitions because Bison Trails, Earn, Skew, you've had not only a number of acquisitions, but a number of fairly sizable acquisitions in the course of the first couple of years since launching Coinbase Ventures. Has that strategy changed at all? Or are you still content to be a minority shareholder, just part of syndicates, helping teams? Or do you think that you'll start scaling up those efforts and it will look a little bit more like a traditional Series A fund where you're leading rounds or you're taking larger allocations?
So when we have a product strategy, we look at buy, build, partner, invest. For most of the venture-y things, we have two different strategies. One is we have a project 10% where we'll allocate 10% of resources, time, whatever, to venture-y products and services that we think could be really compelling, but are probably a little bit higher beta. Or we make an investment through ventures, and we've done about 200 investments through Coinbase Ventures. We were early in a lot of cool things. As you mentioned, we've done primarily seed in things like OpenSea and other companies like Bison Trails early on, and then we ended up acquiring them and a bunch of other really cool companies in the crypto ecosystem. And then, separately, then we look at buy or build for things that are truly strategic that we need to own yesterday, right? And the thing why I joined Coinbase 3.5 years ago was because most founders talk about doing M&A and they honestly just don't actually want to do it when they think about it. Brian, I knew, wanted to do M&A. He was all in on it. There's like the opposite of not invented here syndrome at Coinbase. It's all about let's figure out who's building the best, coolest stuff, and whether that's internal or external, that's great. We're open to anything. So the way that we think about the future is look at the product strategy, figure out what's important, how can we accelerate something through an acquisition versus building it. And if it's truly strategic and there's an amazing target out there, we will be first in line to try to acquire it and make sure we set up an incredible environment for those entrepreneurs to be successful at Coinbase. And then on the venture side, you're right, we're going to grow that so that we can help support multiple rounds and double down where we think that there's real opportunity. And take advantage of that as well.
And in full disclosure, Coinbase Ventures is a Messari investor, along with many of the other US-based exchanges. It's important to have those relationships. But I will say to Coinbase in particular, they were invaluable as a design partner for helping us build our enterprise product. So it's not just along for the ride. I think we've seen the approach work firsthand in terms of aligning resources around a product that is ultimately one of the engines of our business now. Emily, there's a lot of new stuff that comes out on a day-to-day basis within crypto, and suddenly, even though Coinbase is the largest exchange in the US, one of the largest in the world, it feels like you're missing things, right? You're missing assets. I don't know if you're going to be able to support investment in DAOs or when we'll see NFTs on the platform. How do you think about the explosion of assets and what you're going to be able to support? Let's leave aside the regulatory discussion for right now, but just the different types of assets that will be discoverable and purchasable or tradable on Coinbase.
We are totally in agreement that we want to be as crypto first as possible. The thing with Coinbase is that we're always going to kind of lean in on the things that I think have made us successful over time, which is usability, security, well-lit kind of marketplace. That includes regulatory. Those have been kind of the pillars of the foundation that I think have helped us make crypto more accessible to the mainstream. I think the trade-off sometimes is that we're not going to be as fast as some other companies. We trust me, we admire, and there's no kind of whiff of, oh, that company sucks or anything like that. We're kind of the mindset of like, oh, these companies are adding assets so rapidly. That's amazing. Like, good for them. And these companies are adding these features so quickly. Like, we've got to figure out how to hone our processes so we can go even faster. But with some of those things that I mentioned in the pillars of the foundation, like sometimes we are going to be a little bit slower just to make sure that we do them in the way that we feel most comfortable. But I will tell you, Brian, like that's everything that we focus on, everything that Brian is focused on is like, he's calling meetings like, how do we make sure that we can figure out a better process to continually add assets faster and faster? How can we launch features faster? One other thing, just to give you a glimpse inside Coinbase is because, we've been around since 2012, there is some tech that we're paying off. So an example of this is like, do we want to make dApps accessible from the Coinbase main app? Absolutely. Currently, that's just prohibited by the technical architecture, and so that's what a bunch of engineers are working on right now to make sure that's possible. Right now, we can only do that from the wallet app. So you're right to call it out, and it's something we're going to try to get better and better at.
Let's talk about the wallet, right? You do have the self-custodied wallet, and then obviously you've got the core of the business, which is the hosted wallet that connects with the exchange, whether that's the retail interface or pro. How do you see the evolution of those two over time? Are more users going to be pushed into the self-custodied wallet just to be able to engage in these networks in a way that can be a little bit faster? Does that almost become the sandbox for Coinbase?
I feel like you're like sitting in on an exec meeting. This is the stuff we talk about all the time. I think that we think that Coinbase Wallet and self-custody is going to be a very big thing for us. And it is the thing that we are investing probably the most in of the non-kind of core stuff right now. I mean, it's a core thing, but it might not be obvious actually that it's core to us. It is core to us. And it's the thing that our head of product, Brian, are most focused on making as usable as possible. And frankly, just to be as more distributed as possible. Because I think what we've seen this year with MetaMask is like, wow, the numbers are stunning and good for them. That's amazing. So as to whether or not we integrate them over time and have some like super app or whatever, I think that's still being worked out. But I think we recognize that this is where people are going to go over time, even if they don't realize it today in the mainstream. And so it's something that we want to make sure we create the best user experience possible for that.
Can you give people a sense of the scale of Coinbase Wallet right now? We just saw MetaMask at 5 million monthlies. Are you able to share that? Is that part of the disclosures?
I don't think we share those numbers. I'll just say we have a long way to go. But we're on it, and like it's a huge focus for us.
So we do have to, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about regulation in some way, shape, or form. Brian just announced yesterday that Coinbase is going to be proposing a regulatory framework for crypto to policymakers in the US. I'm sure that's forthcoming and sounds like it will be within the next couple of months. So I'm sure you're not going to be able to share details per se, but what are the pillars or what are the core values that Coinbase is going to be fighting to preserve, even though this will be an assertive and I'm sure common sense framework? What are the absolute must protects and what are some of the things that you think Coinbase and other regulated exchanges could propose as maybe enhanced regulation of the centralized services, so we have a good balance here without overly stifling some of the earlier decentralized projects?
Yep. So the things that we should all care about are first and foremost transparency and clarity. And the reason that we went out with that tweet storm before is because we didn't feel like there was transparency and clarity to the way things were being regulated. And the second kind of pillar there is going to be about fairness, right? We just want to make sure that there's an even playing field. And when we talk about that, I'm talking about traditional financial services and in crypto. There should be even playing fields in these different industries. I think the other thing that you have to think about when we're kind of proposing a framework here is we are regulated, I think, by more than 50 regulators right now. I think it's actually much more than that. And we can handle it. Like, we have a huge legal team, we have a huge regulatory team, we're going to keep growing them. If we're struggling with this, then what is your audience going to be able to do, right? That's part of the reason that we felt the need to kind of be a little bit more public about this and figure out what works for everyone. We want to work proactively. Our roots are about working very proactively with regulators. That's why I think we've been so successful. And so we do want to get to this place where there's just common sense rules and regulations applied to this stuff. what that would mean, you can imagine, is like how can we streamline the oversight so that there is more clear kind of regulatory scope within one agency, for example? How can the regulators think about stuff where there's kind of more of an end-to-end approach to it so that you don't have to go from one place to another for different types of services within crypto? Those are the types of things that we're going to care about, and that's part of the proposal. I think that we're trying to really strike the right balance. Regulators care obviously about protecting the consumer and the institution, and we totally get that. That's why we lean in. And then on our end, we want the transparency and fairness, and we just want everything to be streamlined in a way that is appropriate for 2021.
Well, I want to thank everybody that's come to this event, because we did make a commitment that we were going to donate a percentage of profits to the policy efforts in DC, and collectively that means that Messari will be donating about $250,000 to various policy efforts in DC. So thank you to all of you for making that happen. We just had a phenomenal 3 days, Emily. I want to take it maybe to 30,000 feet. We zoom out 5-10 years. We've gotten through some of these regulatory challenges. We've gotten through some of these usability challenges. More people are building, and we've truly realized the potential for the financial internet, the user-owned economy, whatever kind of meme you want to use. Where does Coinbase fit into that? And what does the world look like in 5 to 10 years? What gets everyone at Coinbase out of bed in the morning?
Yeah. First of all, I hope in 5 to 10 years we're seeing Ryan Selkis as a sitting senator, and I love everything you're doing. We're so excited about the way you're thinking about everything, and your content and your tweets have been just pure fire. So thank you for everything you do, Ryan and Messari, to support the crypto ecosystem. I think the cool thing about crypto is, like, we don't know exactly where it's going to take us, but our hypothesis at Coinbase is broadly configured around 3 different pillars. One is crypto as a new form of investment or a new form of money, crypto as a new form of financial system, and then crypto as a new form of app store. And for any of those things, I think the thing is, like, did Apple know exactly what was going to happen with its platform when it put things out, when it put the App Store out? No. Did it know which apps were going to pop? No. But they knew that the foundation of it was going to be so powerful that innovation was going to sprout. And that's what I think about the whole. That's why I'm so excited to be a part of crypto. I think that we don't know exactly where things are going to take us. We have little inklings of what's taking off in NFTs right now, or one of the things Brian always talks about to me is, like, you see in crypto sometimes you'll see something kind of like take off, and then it'll like sputter a little bit, and then it'll really take off. And like you can see that with decentralized exchanges, you can see that with NFTs right now. I don't know what the future holds, but I know that we're excited to participate in it, and we're all in.
Last and most important question, Emily, and then we're going to let you go. Punks or Bored Apes?
Oh my gosh, isn't that like a religious battle? I love it all. I love it all. I think it's just like, I love it because I love both of them, because I want everybody to get excited about participating in this in some way. That's so.
Absolutely.
And I don't want a bunch of haters.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Emily Choi, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Ryan.
And
Thank you all.
that's going to wrap up this session. And that's going to wrap up this conference. I hope everybody had an amazing few days, wherever you're from. Get home safe, and enjoy the rest of the week in New York. We'll see you soon, definitely next year, hopefully sooner.